I'm so sorry. I'm not actually sorry. I'm just like a little bit sorry, you know, just like a tiny bit sorry. Like the least amount of sorry as possible. Whatever that is.
Poggers, bitches!
First, yes you are. It's playing through the right audio setting now, so that's good. It was me just fucking spamming shit, right? Crazy. I think I can put my Fujitech here too. Yeah. So I can have my friends on here whenever they're in my call. I can put them right there in this like blank space right here. What are you eating? Apple. I absolutely love apples so much. I need to do practice range stuff. Holy shit, I'm getting so many text messages. Sharky, is my audio okay? I turned my gain up a little bit, but I don't know if it's like good or bad. I don't know. Did you have food today, Sharky? What'd you eat? Oh my god. My plate of apples is in the way. You can hear me clearly? Okay, good. Good. I forgot I turned strafe on. Ooh! Nope, we're turning it off, I'm sorry. We have to practice without it first. And then we can have it on. Also, not using this gun for strafe. It's just too hard. I don't have great aim, I'm sorry. Hi, puppy. There's a puppy on my chair. Don't know what they want. How's your day, Sharky? What did you do today? My bangs are kind of in my way. I usually have my hair curled so it's away from my face, but my hair is super straight right now, so it's just gonna fall on my face instead. I am getting so many text messages, holy shit. What is happening? $65? Not bad. Faster than usual. I'm feeling guilty today. I feel like I overspent. What did you get? What did you get? Is my music too loud? I need to turn the game audio up. I know that for sure. Guardian very much shoots like the sheriff. I missed it by like a tiny, tiny bit. That one too. I'm having apples for dinner, and then I plan on having French fries late at night. So that's what I'm gonna do today for food. I need to stop wrist aiming. It's so hard to do though. I have so much more control. I bought Resident Evil 1 through 8 for Steam along with Devil May Cry series. What the hell? Why'd you get some? What? Have you played them yet? Or are you gonna replay them? Like, what's happening there? She's an unrated. You're trying not to eat junk food or anything bad. Same, honestly, same. 46 minutes until this restarts. I want to get this. This is really pretty. Read the full message. You already own them for PS4, PS3, and PS2. Wait. That's everything. Why do you need it again? You've probably played it multiple times already. Let's play deathmatch.
Match found.
That was a... Because I play on the Steam Deck? Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's probably a really good way to play. I wish I had one. It's too expensive. Holy shit, I can't hear the game. Oh! Harbor! You bitch. Peek, peek, peek. No, it's always someone from this side or some shit. Woo! He heard me going though. Ah, damn. Okay, let me turn up this audio. Let me probably turn down the Spotify audio. There you go. You. Sorry, buddy. Oh, body shots.
Fight.
I also have a lot of games. I saw him. Oh my god, the harbor's so fucking good. Damn. I hear
Dominating.
you. That chamber. Literally. Was just chilling there. You have a lot of games? Have you played through them all though? Like, have you been able to play through all your games? I think that's what matters the most, right? Is that you've been able to play through them at some point. I saw someone right there, right? Ah, where are you? I'm scared. I can't flick fast enough. Oh! Where were they? Hello? Someone already has 18. It's okay, I'm warming up. This is warm up. Bro, I can't get that fucking harbor. Ooh, behind. 130.
One less.
Harbor's just too good. Harbor's so fucking good. Heard someone spawn over here. No, I have way too many? Wait, why do you have so many then? You just like collecting or? I'm assuming you just like to collect then. Different games.
Buried.
I spun around so many times for that. That was hilarious. I freaking hate that harbor so much. Ugh.
10 kills remaining.
Dude, okay, I get it. I get it. You so fast. Bro. Damn it. Why did I ADS? There's no fucking way. I always hit him 130 because I only hit him in the body. I'm not aiming for any heads. Okay. There was someone on my right side too, like lightweight impossible. Slightly impossible to get a kill.
One kill
right now.
remaining.
Is everyone slow walking? There's a bullet coming from me. I vow to stop after I buy Resident Evil 4, Spider-Man 2, and Miles God of War. That's a lot. So the goal is to play them right, but I have so many. I mean, like, then I would just not buy more until I finish some. It's not like they're going anywhere, you know what I mean? The game's not gonna go anywhere. Oh, Rent came out. No. Rent came out. Horrible. So many of my pops when I was a kid would buy me video games every other weekend. Yeah, you have games on everything. And different... But then you're still buying some. So you're just collecting. I guess I should request to join, because it looks like she's playing with someone. Maybe. Okay, we finished that. I kind of want to change this back. Is my crunching loud? I forgot to add the Switch, GameCube, and Wii. That's a lot. That's too many. I have an app that I use to scan the barcodes. That's pretty smart. Jeez, that was loud. I think she's almost done, so we can wait. We can wait in the range. Unless is she in a call? Let's see. Wait, is she streaming? I didn't get a notif, so I feel like that's a no. No. Okay. She's almost done. Oh my god, they're going back and forth.
Match found.
Okay. I don't think I've ever really played Reyna. I think I also need to raise my monitor or desk. Well, so close. I'm off just by a tiny bit. It's also really different playing deathmatch versus like a swift play or unrated. I'm excited to see Sin place. I want to see what she places in. $66. I dropped a second. Fuck. Nope. Oh my god, they keep going 1-1. Jones, hi, how are you doing? Welcome in. They keep going 1-1. I'm checking to see how Sin's game is going. What you been up to today, Jones? Sin, there you are. Sin is a very, very lovely woman. Watch my favorite team get killed by. Oh. But what do we do? But it be what it do. Oh. Why did I read it? But okay, I'm done. I'll just stop talking. Yeah. Yes, this is Sin right here. This is lovely Sin. What? Sharky. Sin Scooter.
It's a nose pass. It's a nose pass.
Wait, why can't I hear the
Nose
clip?
poke. Maybe it's because I see myself in nose pass. I don't know. I just think it's like, who came up with this?
I can't hear it.
Who came up with this? And thank you.
Sin, how's your game going? Wait, you're in a party? I can join your party. I don't mind. Oh, G bro, what's up? Hop in a game with us. No, I can join your party. Is that Valo? Yeah. Heard you were goated in Valo. You're getting food? What are you getting? I can't hear this clip player.
How's the chat doing over there? How y'all doing? Oh, I'm dubbing like crazy. What's up, guys? How's everybody doing? Welcome in.
Oh my god. Who clipped that? Who clipped that? They're being silly. Apples? Are they lab? What are you getting? What are you gonna get, G-bro? Oh my god. Tuli, welcome in. Come play with us. Hop on, my guy. Bread said he was gonna play. You're getting pizza? Ooh. Was just watching your last stream on YouTube. You're eating real quick? For sure. Take your time. It is dinner time for you guys, right? Sin, are you gonna eat too? It's like 6:30 for you guys. Honestly, that's probably what Bread's also doing. Eating food. I'm having fries for dinner too. No, literally, G-bro, just fries. Just french fries for dinner. I'm having apples and french fries for dinner. I don't care what you guys are saying. Apples and french fries for dinner. That's it. Someone said Biggie Bag earlier made me want some Wendy's. That sounds really good. I don't really like Wendy's though. They never have the spicy chicken nuggets and it just disappoints me every single time I go. No, I don't need more food. I'm good. I'm good. Had enough food. A good amount of food. I can make this a little easier to on my eyeballs. Hold on. Because there's chat and then there's Discord. Sin, if you go to stream VC, I can pop you in here. I can make chat a little smaller. There you go. That's better. A little easier on the eyes. The spicy chicken nuggets? I know, but they never have them. I don't know fucking why. It irritates the hell out of me. Make it chili cheese fries and we got a deal. Ooh. I'm eating baked hot Cheetos for lunch. For lunch? What time is it for you? I'm going to make Alfredo pasta when I get home. Lunchtime? Oh, it's the same time. 3 o'clock lunch time? I had 2 slices of breakfast pizza. Breakfast pizza.
Hello, hello, hello,
Well,
hello, hello.
hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
How are your games?
Bad!
That bad?
Well, I just went 4-19.
Oh.
So I was playing a really high elo though. My friend I was playing with, he's like 192, like level 192. And so he was
Oh.
like, just like popping heads left and right, and I was getting we also, it was 4v5. It was just
All
it
the
was
bad
just-
things.
it was like every bad thing, and I did really bad. I would feel so embarrassed. I went 4-19. My friend went 37-12. So
Oh my god. His back must really hurt.
I know we still lost, obviously, but Jesus Christ, they were popping my head like it was like a pimple or something.
That is Sin. You can
That is
see her
me.
little
I'm not a man.
her little thing right here. Take your time, my dear.
Not a.
What the fuck is she saying? She's so far. Her mic's like ba ba ba ba
I don't
ba.
know. She keeps getting farther.
I'm not a man.
Oh god.
Please, I'm not a man.
Oh wait, now I want to match you guys. I just changed it.
It's so wholesome.
Yeah, match it. It's so cute, right?
Yep.
We can all be buddies.
You guys want to hop into an unrated, or you want to do a Swift?
Let's do
Down for whatever.
unrated.
Okay.
Yeah, I just finished unrated, so either way, I'm good.
I think I played 2 comm games today and I won them both.
Okay, it's better.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm yelling from far away so you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Oh, you got the bet.
Yeah.
I need that.
Oh wait, I have it too. Wait.
Wait, hold on. No, I need to equip it too. Sorry, give me a second. Do I even have it? Oh, I
I
do.
don't know.
Bet.
Okay, how
we're
Discord
locked
like
in.
silences my screams.
I know.
You have noise suppression on, right?
I mean, probably like for the most part, it's for the best. But like, when I squeal, like you guys gotta be part of it. I thought you were a dude because the way you would mess with Weenie. The way I would mess with Weenie.
He calls me Weenie.
Oh, I was like, what? Oh, and that's
Oh my, Sharky! Holy shit! My ears. I think you broke it. It's not popping up anymore.
it's not like honestly, it's not like too much has like a pronoun feature where you can look into it, put in your pronoun.
You can add it though.
There's like really no way that most people would do it.
You can add it, but you have to have the extension. Jones, you want some?
This should just be built in.
I know, right? But yeah, you can add it as an extension.
Well then, if you were to do that, that, people would like, you know what I mean? People are weird.
What?
They
Like
would only
fake it?
no, that and they would only try and get in games with his girls and shit. Trust me.
On Twitch. Like, I'm talking about on Twitch. Like,
Oh.
when you type in chat, like, you would have your pronouns. So
Oh,
people
I see what
know.
you're saying.
Duelist only?
What you're talking about, like, as a tag in Valorant, which I was like, well, that's kind of a good idea, like, you know, but.
Oh, no,
I'm
I
not
would never
supposed to
fucking
think
do that.
about
That's a
it.
nightmare,
Yeah,
tools.
exactly. That's what I was saying.
If you want to play
Hmm.
us, okay. Okay.
Okay.
I am both shield and
Okay.
sword.
We're about to win.
Easy!
Easy peasy.
She broke my ears.
I broke your ears?
No. Sharky is on mobile and then redeemed my one brain cell, but it played. How many times did it play? 1,
Oh, I see
2,
it.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times.
I have your stream up, but I have the volume, like, really low because I don't want to hear you, like, twice.
Goshi, no, stop. You can just,
Also,
you
I
know,
don't want to hear myself.
you can just turn it all the way the fuck off, honestly.
Without your help, Hassan, whatever your name is, bro,
I mean,
you're really
Matt
not sitting
found.
good.
It's like one.
me.
Like,
You're
can't
really
hear
not.
at all.
Cause you're sassy. You're just
if
constantly
you
trying
mute
to
it, it
downplay
doesn't
me, act
sound
like I
weird.
can't survive. You know what? You're invalidating
That's
me.
okay.
And I'm not here for it. I'm really not. I'm not here for it.
Wait, what?
And
Were we
you know what?
originally
You're
playing
gonna
bot?
catch these hands. You're
I
gonna
don't
catch
know.
these hands if you keep it up.
What is Bind?
That's just
Is Bind the one with the teleporter?
I think so.
I have no idea.
Duelist only again, let's go.
Everyone is afraid of something.
Is Fade good?
I love her. She makes
like a
it so
one
easy
person.
for like intel.
Or
Cause her E is the thing that tracks people.
eyeball.
Right. LBB?
All right, girl.
I'll go A.
Yo,
Yo, what up?
That's what I'm saying. What the heck was that?
what was that voice line? Yo.
She, you know, break it open and suck it is what she said. I don't know, it was
What?
confusing. That's what Viper said.
Holy
She's
shit!
like, the things we did to this city, break it open and suck it dry is what she said. I was like, eh?
Good thing I have voice lines turned off. Yeah.
More like you're lost.
No, thank you. It's so distracting.
Wait, but they don't even do anything.
I know it's still weird.
Where are you?
You're weird.
You're weird.
Oh, they
There.
broke the fuck out of that.
Yeah. That's a jet. I'm a.
Kimchi, you left me!
Fuck. Aww.
You left
Spike
me.
planted.
I was
crazy.
scared. Tools is just better.
Fucking Fade just took everything
Out
I
of
had.
charges.
Okay, okay.
Grenade!
Last player
Oh
standing.
my.
Alright.
Oh, really?
Why? I
Really?
did try. Why do you have your fucking knife out?
He was trying to knife him
Alright.
instead. Bro?
He goes, I tried.
Did it
Sorry.
really use up all your points?
Reloading.
Alright, I'm going classic.
Oh. Okay.
I'm poor.
I'll find you.
Oh, did not mean to fire.
I was like,
Sounds
did
like
you
B.
do you got one? All right, let's go. Oh, you're saying no to the dude in the game who tried knifing?
Oh fuck.
Multiple
They
enemies
didn't say
B.
anything.
There's full push, full push, full push. There's multiple. Nice, good pick.
Spike planted.
Putting my wall
Oh,
down.
Oh
shit!
my-
Your head got taken off. I'm so sorry.
All good.
Oh shit!
Last
The
player
crouch, dude.
standing.
She's on top.
Oh, that's wild.
Mm.
Oh my god, bro.
They're all there. No,
Jesus
no, no. Yeah, but
Christ.
it's fine.
Yeah, two of
Points
them
are
are pretty
free.
good.
I'll just keep watching.
Hang on a second.
Okay, okay.
Don't
Time to
worry.
lock the fuck in.
Oh my god.
Lock in.
Can I get a kiss?
Yes.
Alright.
And can you
Make it last forever.
I
This is
said
so.
I'm about to
Ugh,
go to
not
war.
really.
And I don't know about chat. Sing it. Sing it. Sing it.
Damn. Sing
Can
it,
I
son.
get a kiss?
Nice weapon skins probably cost some money.
And
Just a
can
little
you make
bit.
it last forever?
Again,
find
same
you.
thing.
Marked one.
I got fade on my side.
Cross, they cross, they cross, they cross. Full pick.
I still have fade here.
Crap.
Hush.
There's two.
There's 3. Because I think the fade's still there.
Scared.
Last player standing.
Why does she have a fucking
Spike
Odin?
planted.
Holy crap. Hey Lando, do you want to play with us? Are you still out? Out and about? Damn.
Oh, y'all are all second.
Okay.
It's gonna be A.
Oh,
bro. It's
what?
Gonna be A. It's gonna be A.
Why are we 4 stacking B?
I don't know why y'all are doing it.
Okay, thank you for the lyric.
Have a lovely lurk.
I'll watch here.
There.
This
Oh.
jet is fucking insane. Holy shit. I don't even, like, okay.
I'm pissed.
All you could say is okay.
Yeah.
Wait, how did they
What
both
the
die
fuck?
over there, out of all places? Shit.
Shh, shh, shh, shh. We're fine,
Spike
we're fine.
planted. Last player standing.
Tyson.
Satisfying.
Oh, I almost had
Oh,
Right
him.
above his head.
Yeah. It's the crouch that always fucking gets me, man. I swear. You turn these volumes up. Alright, let's see what these voice lines say, yeah?
Are you serious? You turned them on?
Yeah, I turned them on. Let's see,
That
let's
first
see
one,
what
I
this
had never
is
heard that
about.
Viper voice line before.
Sure.
That shit
Still,
was crazy.
still always pick Viper. Oh my god, why are we stacked? Oh, what the fuck? Where are we going, guys? Okay, Tools is alone.
I'm getting a full push B again.
Oh
Just
fuck,
every
you're
single
pushed
round.
up too, down.
Where are you?
They destroyed that really quickly.
$66. I distracted him for a little bit at least.
Oh my god. Feels bad. Why aren't these... They're rotating really slowly.
Spike
Nice
Oh
try.
my
planted.
god, Garrett, just shoot him. What are you doing?
No way he just doxed his name like that.
I know, for real. I was like, I was not gonna say anything soon. We need the pro. They
Last
struggling.
player standing.
It's okay. We haven't been playing long, so. Thanks for the compliment, but I'm no pro.
This pizza is so good right now.
I know.
I'm so happy for you, Keeper.
If only I had some pizza.
You know, it's rude to come in and brag. It's bulldog time. That's what time it is.
Yeah?
It's bulldog time.
What ults do we have right now?
Mine.
Not fucking mine.
I have mine.
I'm
Is
gonna
there
try
an
and
orb
peek
over
him
here?
Yeah, there is, but it's kind of deep in there.
I might go for it.
Yeah.
They're probably gonna be here this time, actually. Oh, just kidding.
Oh my god. I lived. They're all hurt really bad.
Don't worry, guys. I'm on my way.
They're all behind this too. Left, left, left.
Oh, fuck my. I hate this jet.
Told you.
Spike
Bulldog
down.
time.
A. Last player standing.
Oh. I'm freezing right now.
Poison's off.
Through the wall.
What?
Wow, that's crazy. How did he know?
Jet's not in this rank actually.
There's no way.
There's no fucking
What the
way.
hell?
There's no way. That was too much.
But it was bulldog time. I'm gonna go cry now.
No.
It's bulldog time. I'm on my way. I have ult
I'm
though.
gonna play back. I'm gonna play B back.
But again, no way.
Bro, what the hell? Why'd they keep going B?
I'll find you.
They've been coming to be every time.
Fuck, I
That's
always
hard.
shoot it.
Silly little blind. You got blinded
Play
so
slow.
silly.
I didn't even hit her. Ooh, what kind of chocolate?
Face your fear!
68.
Get out of my way.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Bro.
One enemy remaining.
Oh no.
Oh god, he's so loud. Oh.
Don't worry, guys. I've been playing for an hour and a half. I'm getting warm.
Don't any of you forget that.
I'm really, really
I'm gonna
cold. It's a
I'm gonna
bunch of
keep going
mini
A
stuff.
every time.
Mini
I-
Kit
they're gonna
Kats.
They're gonna go A this time. I feel it.
You think so? You think?
Bulldog time. My spirit's telling me bulldog time.
You still have 4 hours of work? Holy shit.
Oh my god! I forgot to clock out of work.
Girl. Girl,
Oh my
you-
God.
What?
They're at B again. I can hear him over here on my.
Instead of fucking talking, shoot him.
Tools.
Tool?
say it. I didn't say it to him.
But you wanted to.
Oh no.
Spike down B.
Hi! I'm pissed!
I have Spike down there.
One enemy remaining.
Spike's there. Oh fuck, she has it.
Why did she get an ult orb? You have ult. He had ult. Why did he pick up an ult orb?
You ever just forget that you have the ult? No? Okay.
You ever go to pick up ult orb and you have ult? Go revive somebody. Revive me.
Tragic.
Oh.
Alright, I'm cool with it.
Okay.
Not
Oh,
now,
oh
it's too late
god.
now.
What are you
I had their fun. Now it's my turn.
This is wild, guys. I'm being thrown for a loop-de-loop right now.
I guess it's not bulldog time. I don't know. We're
I
kind of
started
broke. Why do
at
we keep buying? I feel like we should be
9:30,
saving.
but I don't get.
I saved from last round.
Okay,
They are mine.
I'll save. I'll do a big save. I'll do a big save. So
Where are you?
let's rotate. Oh, or not. Wolfie! Oh my
Bye, bye, bye,
goodness,
bye.
thank you so much.
They're where? Where is there?
They're over here on B again.
/o/.
Get out of my way!
Got Spike.
Spike down
Spike
B.
is here. Where are you?
No, stop.
Oh, fucking wait.
No!
Last player
Dude, this Jet.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Good shot.
Shit!
Oh my god, why? Thank you guys for the videos and the fucking spam. I hate you guys right now. How did I clutch through that? Fuck you guys.
Well done.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
No way they go B again, guys.
Yes, I'm your baby.
Probably will.
No way they go B again, guys. Then I'll just keep killing them from the flank.
Guys, oh my god, why did you do
Daijoubu.
that?
Yeah, they'll definitely come B again.
Thank you for the hydrate. Oh my god, I can't right now. I can't right now. My water's far away.
Again.
That's my family.
I knew it, they're here.
And we're all shy. Baby shark.
Wait, they're where?
Baby, I need my money.
Oh fuck. So many redeems. I know. I can't focus.
One enemy remaining.
Diffuse! Diffuse! Somebody diffuse! Fuck! I don't want to yell at people, but also I really want to yell at people.
Nut,
You should definitely yell at people.
nut,
Exclamation point nut. Exclamation point nut.
Yup.
What?
Adi, again.
Hold on, let me get my
The
water.
reloading is a track, and the track is fresh.
Anyone have funds to spare?
Thanks for redeeming hydrate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're getting warm? Okay, finish your homework, Leo, so you can come join us.
They're on A. They're on A. They're on A.
Okay. Ballsy, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I'll find you. Marked one. Bring them down. Face your fear!
Shit, what? Running into fucking walls, bro.
Oh, they're on my slow. They're on my slow. They're on my slow.
One enemy remaining.
Bro, you're better.
Yo, I'm trying, dude. Fuck.
Last
And I was
round before the
deafened
switch.
too
We cannot keep our
by her ult.
Spend all. I can buy for you. Someone get
Oh shit.
Thank you.
This is the last round, right?
For the Switch? Yeah.
No way. No way they go B again.
No way.
No way they go B again.
No way.
Their fears betrayed them.
Oh, their fears betray them? Okay. Whatever that means.
Fuck.
Message sent. Reloading.
Where are
Alright.
you? Marked one.
You already stopped learning? Stop running?
Barrier created.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
My fucking ass. 102 on that gray-haired bitch.
Oh my god. I told Yoru to stop fucking running!
Where'd she go?
Thanks, Yoru. Appreciate it.
Where'd the Fade go?
Middle.
Cutting through.
Find you. Mark two.
Fuck!
Down B. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
No! People swap?
Nice job,
Switching
Yoru. Keep up
sides.
the good work.
People swap in this game? What do you mean? Swapping places? Wait, what? What are you talking about? I'm so confused.
Wait, I keep forgetting that you're not Sage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep
I'm not.
talking to Sage like she's Kimchi too.
I'm sorry.
Kimchi, kimchi. This is what I did. This is what I did.
Huh? Uh-huh.
What?
Oh, okay.
But I just did that to the Sage, and so they're...
They're like, excuse me? Excuse me? This lady is mad? Why?
Trust in my healing. Satchel out.
All the redeems are here. Nice. Holy shit. Please, Sage, please. Me need heals.
I'll find you.
Wall down.
48 on her.
No, fuck,
One
she died.
enemy remaining.
Damn it.
Jet on me, jet left.
Reloading.
I need a better gun.
Hit her twice.
Got her.
Singe is so much
Reloading.
better. Holy shit. Damn it. Nobody bought guns here? Fuck. Oh god.
It's pistol. It was the first round, Kimchi.
I know, but I was hoping for a sheriff so I didn't have to buy it.
Can someone get this?
Oh gosh.
This dude wants a vandal.
They've got to be fucking kidding, right?
Surely.
Now they're all here. Oh gosh. Since I felt like.
Where are you?
I'm silenced. Silence.
They're coming this way.
She's shooting me through the freaking wall.
What? How do they shoot
They
you
might
through
have
the
a spectre.
fucking wall?
It was a tiny wall.
I know where she is. She's behind this
Just
wall.
hold there. I'm flanked all the way.
Oh, they're coming for me. It's like Mr. Valentine.
Oh, well, okay, that's so sick.
Last
Shit.
player standing.
Return to dust.
One Haven too. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, just let me fly.
Dreams
Just
are funny.
let me fly.
One little twist, and it all turns dark.
Let's fly.
Damn, okay.
Oh, go,
We go. Don't stop, nobody knows. Fuck,
It's a
freak
classic.
this. It is a classic.
Add one. Satchel out.
And yoink.
Grenade.
If I die
Behind
right
you.
here, I'm tight.
Bomb buddy.
He didn't die. He's loose.
Catch them.
Wall down. Oh, freak tools.
Behind us too.
Enemy spotted. A.
You're done.
Oh, my ear is itching.
There.
Sage is in there.
behind.
Sage is in there. There's one heaven as well.
Nope, just careering.
İyi geceler.
One enemy remaining.
Fuck!
Last player standing.
Alright, Himothy. See
Heaven.
what you got, dude.
Kimchi sounded so ethereal just then.
Stop.
Heaven.
Let's go.
Nice. Nice.
So intense. I freaking.
No one will remember them.
Oh,
So
oh.
real. It's bulldog time. Oh, oh.
Maybe. What was that? What was that? One more time? Can I hear
Yes,
that
it
again?
can be.
It's bulldog time. Oh, look, wait. What did they say?
You guys want to go B?
Oh, oh.
You wanna go
Stay
B?
focused.
That's what he
Okay.
said. Oh! They took the teleporter.
The bulldog tells me. The bulldog
I fucked
compels
Jet
me.
up.
Satchel out.
Reloading.
Nice,
No, I didn't
nice.
wall teleporter.
Where are you?
Watch for
One left. 100%.
I can't move.
Yeah, you can't.
Reloading.
On right.
Double dead.
Spike is down. One enemy remaining.
That way.
Down B.
There's one in
I have the spike.
elbow. Oh, that's the only one.
My ultimate is ready. You are
Yeah.
in our way.
Let's go.
Reload.
Imagine pushing together.
I know. What
imagine
must
being
be
bottom
done?
frag.
You got this. Let's go.
The bulldog didn't save me. Oh, oh. So sad. I know, Jones. I know.
Last
You're
fuel
doing
is
great.
finished.
You're doing
Sad-
great. Not
Sad
me
or
checking. Whoever was bottom.
Or.
Oh, way to give away our location. I might as well grab this ult orb. Second ult. Yeah?
My ult is ready.
Get fucking sit the fuck up.
I'm getting ops. I'm getting ops. You're ops. You're all
Mark one.
opposers.
Bring them down.
I'm planting.
There.
Don't peek. Don't peek.
Oh,
at me.
behind.
Why can I not move? I'm hiding.
Oh my god, I didn't even shoot her. It's wild.
Poison's off.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
No, I'm
How
not
did
gonna
you get
lie.
n- oh
I gave
my
it
God.
away. I thought we were getting cornered on both sides.
So gotta watch the FNAF movie. I watched it. I liked it. I liked it. I watched it with my sister. It's really good.
We are Valorant.
So
We
bad,
are
I played it
fighters.
so bad.
Yeah, Tools, look at me. Wait, I'm coming. Wait, I'm coming. Tools, look at me.
Mhm.
Don't you ever do that again.
Yeah, I know. That was
How
bad.
did I end up with a spike? Hello? What the fuck is this? Does it look like I'm scratching my
yourself.
arm?
Get out
No,
of my
it looks
way.
like you're playing with a gumball.
Where are you?
Oh! Bye. Do we do the same? Dude. Oh, okay, bye.
See ya.
Later.
Oh, Vandal. Oh, I'm dead.
I'm pissed.
Just down.
Face your fear.
Jet ult.
Bring them down.
One enemy remaining.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, Kimchi, good plan. Go play, Kimchi. Go. Go.
I forget that I have this because why do I have this?
Spike planted.
You were chosen by.
Alright,
The
let's hold
algorithm.
this elbow.
Our Sage is here. you can heal
Who's
you.
next?
Can I Sage not res anyone right now?
Oh no, she can't.
I'll find you.
You get him over there? Or
Nope.
no?
He's probably gonna save.
Crossing.
Wait, how do I talk to the team? Oh. Oh.
Let's go.
Why did they wait until the end of the round to?
You're going to.
I don't know. That was
Super easy
bizarre.
to pick off.
Maybe this is their first time playing Sage? I don't know.
Maybe they're buddies. I'm gonna play Sage next game. Fuck it.
Do it.
This guy can play Sage.
I saw that the dude from Scream plays William. Ah. Yes, yes, yes. Wait, how did I pick this up again? Hello? I guess it's
I'll take
safer with
it.
this, yeah?
I can take it. You don't want it.
Time to
Sure.
work.
B? B?
Yeah.
B? B? Let's go B?
You got
Oh.
it.
Oh, oh, oh, oh.
I forgot. Now you got it.
Alright, let's go this way. We're a little late to B, but you know, it's fine.
No, we're playing it slow. They don't know what the hell's happening.
Yeah,
They're like, where are
true.
they?
No, Sage is one.
You got her.
Goodbye. My ultimate
Nice.
is ready.
Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell no.
Spike
Spike down B.
Shit.
I'll find you.
A 108 on Neon.
Oh,
Back. I'm gonna get
She was
attention
mid-doors.
behind
what
we
if
don't close
y'all
this last
hear me
angle.
out? What if y'all get in the teleporter and then get in the other teleporter?
Bro, that's wild.
Wait for one more pick if we can get it right here.
30 seconds left.
I'm peeking. He's right. Jump.
Fuck, I'm late.
Reloading.
You can plant it. We have plenty of time. I'm gonna go Haven.
You got it.
10 seconds left.
Spike planted. Where are you?
Teleporter?
They're like, make them work for it.
They're behind me.
One enemy remaining.
You're right.
Last player standing. You should have run.
You should
Oh
have run.
shit. My heart's beating so fucking fast right now.
But
I had a 1v4 earlier today. When I finished, I was shaking.
Oh, sweet, Lando. If you wanted to
Can someone
join us,
get
you're
this?
free.
Hey, it's Bulldog time.
Thank you.
Oh wait, y'all have money.
It's fine.
We need our gun.
Yeah, thank you. I also have ult if we just want to go lock down A and just have me ult
I
it.
think B is really good. If we just lurk, play B, because they don't know what to do. So if I just keep bomb back here, try and go for a pick, we'll eventually run down the town
Where
and be
are
able to
you?
plant somewhere. Jet's pushing me.
Running back to you guys.
Oh no! One more!
Spike down, attacker spawn.
No.
Shit.
39.
You will not kill my
Shit.
allies.
And then we can revive.
Fuck, she knows where I'm at. I got one.
Jet is
Last player
Oh,
standing.
Yoru. Oh,
Damn,
whoa.
I did 120 on your.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter now. They're dead.
You say something?
Landy, oh my
Sorry.
goodness,
Ears
hello.
still ringing.
The games are, I mean, like, this is the first game, so, like, we good?
I'm
I'm gonna need you to make that a redeem.
Well, how boy.
What?
And that baby says
That?
baby breezy.
Pretty fast bear.
Oh my god. Jump them.
Or.
As baby breezy.
Oh, you guys went A? Slay? Or you guys went B? Slay?
Oh, det har vi.
They think they're about to fucking come flying up here soon. Back up.
Oh. Behind you!
Oh,
Hey, Jet's, on A, so...
Don't mess with
Spike planted.
and there's every fucking wall bang on the map. He's playing.
Last player standing.
Take them! Mark 2. Bring them down.
What? You didn't follow the fucking thing?
They're blind.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my
Good
god.
try.
Close, so close.
Yeah?
Thanks, Sin. Anytime, Jones. I don't know what you're thanking me for, but I probably did something really funny and cool.
Match point.
Give it to me! Give it to me!
It's too quiet? Wait, can you not hear Spotify? Okay, let me turn that up for you.
It was a pretty fast thing? Okay, you're welcome. Oh, anything for you, Jones. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do a wall like this. I'm gonna run through showers. And then
Yeah?
I'm gonna plant in that little corner, and then I'm gonna
Get out of my way.
Okay.
move you.
It's quiet because we're playing a concentrating game. Don't you dare. Oh, fucking sake.
Don't get in my way.
Hi! I'm pissed! Where are you?
Dude, Jet's got my phone number, bro.
Mark 1.
Who's next? Reloading. I'll handle this.
One more that way.
They're dead.
It's Yoru. Fucking behind.
One enemy
Shit.
remaining.
It's alright, it's alright. I have all of my utils still.
Genie. To your left, Yoru. Jesus. To your left!
Nice.
It's
Fucking
Maya.
staring at me.
Now
Like, oh
get
my
it.
god.
I
I
wonder
told
if
you guys
he
it would
thought
work.
it was
Let them try to get
farce.
me.
How wild would that be? I'm gonna go make noise at B. That's why I'm a very important peasant. Please, you're not a peasant.
That is crazy.
For real?
Maybe this is the play. Maybe I just run in, I wall this bit, Who's gonna fucking tell me? Can you shoot yours teleporter thing? Toss him down in
find you.
3, 2, 1. Heaven, they're both heaven, bro.
Spike down A. Enemy down.
Enemy spotted A. Here comes the party.
Yeah, I was about to fucking.
Fuck.
That's crazy.
Fade's on B site. So it's just a jet with you guys. Oh, she's back.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Spike down
Fucking
A.
way.
like this kid is so fucking good. Time to jump. Holy shit.
30 seconds left.
Nice try.
Wow.
Defenders win.
Damn, that was
The
intense.
Dark Wolf. Whatever. God damn,
That
I was
was
like all
crazy.
18 of his kills. I swear to God.
Bruh.
Kimchi popped off.
Oh shit. Crazy. Lando, hop in. Where are you? You have
Yeah, that jet
perms?
killed me. Literally killed me more than I killed her. That's crazy. Actually, most people killed me.
Kimchi pop. I tried. What is this?
What?
What?
is this?
What is this? What is this? Loading.
If someone,
For sure. Take your time. Your
if someone
potato
drops
PC.
5
I'm just
subs for
kidding.
Kimchi right now, she'll buy me a Valo skin.
Holy shit, Sin. Hello? What?
If someone
Hey,
gives
okay.
Kimchi 5 subs right now, I'll stop throwing.
Oh. You're being a silly.
Wait, it worked the other day. It was like 2 a.m. and I was like, hey guys, if someone
Do
gives 5
what?
subs right now, I'll stop.
I'm
If someone
dead.
gives 5 subs right now, I'll stop throwing. And someone gifted 5 subs.
That's wild. That is so crazy. Are you doing an update?
Empty Wally gift. Jones, I'm tired of hearing the excuse. Dip into your savings.
Dip into your savings. Right. CM, what's up? Dip into your savings. Pull out that 401k, you know?
I have 0 Robux. Is Roblox your savings?
Give me that money.
Oh my god, I forget I have a
I gotta stop
Orlando
going.
up here. What savings, bro?
Hey,
College
bro.
ate it all.
So you can take out a loan though?
Oh, Sin is wilder right now. Holy.
I'm kidding. It's a joke. It's
Can
a
you
joke.
wait? Can you guys hear Discord
Money
well?
for fun.
I think so. Yeah. You guys are good,
Sitting out there hustling.
right? Oh hell no! Imagine taking a loan out just to support streamers. You know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
If you wanted to, you would. That being said, I'm gonna go get a Mountain Dew.
Okay. Thank
Get
you
your
for the
Mountain Dew.
alert.
Mountain Dew.
Have a lovely lurk.
Oh, it's gonna be a long night. I won't have dinner till like 9 p.m. And it's getting
I've been
hot.
hungry as fuck today. I've been eating.
You didn't
so
eat
much.
yet?
I mean, no, I've eaten, but like I've been eating throughout the day a bunch.
Ah, okay. I have.
I never get to while I'm at work throughout the week, so like when I'm home, I'm fucking chomping.
I see. All I have right now are gummy worms. That's it.
Gummy worms.
Ballsy. Fire, because I said it's hot. Yeah. I have gummy worms and gummy bears. When bro's home, he's fucking chomping.
Do y'all also accumulate like random stuff around your PC?
Hell yeah,
Yes.
dude.
It's a problem. Not like
You
trash, but like
you have
shit that I
no
use
nice.
like every day
Like-
on a consistent basis.
like,
Like,
why-
my laptop.
What
my
the fuck is
charger.
this? Why do I have a random spoon that I didn't use yet?
No, like
That's
I have so
crazy.
much random. Like I have this little dolphin. I have like a cheeseburger, which I actually just got from earlier, so it's not been there for a long time. I just bought it. It's in case I want a little snack. I got 3 rocks, 2 pencils, some sticky notes that I can't use anymore because they're all bent up. Like this little hot dog thing.
This thing's cute, but you know, like, why is it on my desk? What else?
Like I just have so much stuff. I'm like, oh, I cleaned my desk off, and I'm like, why is there so much random stuff up here?
Skincare? Skincare, anyone?
That's why I never post those like setup pictures. You know, they like show your setup. I never post them.
Wait. What?
Hey, you found cheeseburger.
Valid
man,
day
what you
keeps the.
want?
Finish the sentence, guys. Valid day keeps the what?
Bitches away.
Damn. Like that?
No bitches.
No bitches. Imagine having no bitches.
Alright. Y'all be
Yeah,
nice,
imagine.
everyone, okay? Stop. Everyone be nice right now. The fuck is going on?
Tools, you're hilarious. No bitches syndrome, not curable.
Yeah, that would be rough.
Oh god.
A valid.
Valid
Ballsy,
day. Yeah, I was not even gonna finish that sentence.
Bro, Sweet said something earlier. I read it.
Yeah.
That was funny. I was like, what the fuck?
What did he say?
He was like, Valo, or a game of Valo a day keeps the baddies at bay, or some shit. I was like, yo, no shot. Like, it's
No, that was
comedy, yeah,
funny.
It's funny. Yeah, it's funny.
You said earlier it made you wait. What? Valo a day keeps the vibrator away. What the fuck? Where was that even going?
Oh,
Game of
hell
Valorant.
no.
What? Wait, Lando, are you able to join us? Or did he disappear? Wait, did he say he'll be back or something? I don't know.
I went to get my Mountain Dew.
Oh.
Lando.
Okay, a valid day keeps the baddies away. Yeah, that's what he said. That's so funny.
I will BRB.
Okay.
So I was talking to my friend who I was playing with before I joined you guys, and this
And
was
he
like,
was
yeah,
bitchless
like-
or what? I'm just kidding.
No, he has a very wonderful girlfriend.
Oh,
She's
okay.
lovely. I love her so much.
Aww.
But she's like, I won't play Valor with him because he's a total sweat. And he was like, yeah, I used to like before I would play, I would do like aimbot for like 2 hours, and then I was like, bro, you're already doing too much.
2
like-
hours? Like maybe
2
like 10
hours.
minutes, you know what I mean? But like 2 hours, bro? Fuck. Why?
God.
That's a lot.
He's so good though. He's so good. He's radiant.
Damn. Oh yeah.
He is,
So I am
he's
doing that
no, he's
tournament.
Ascendant. He's Ascendant 1.
I'm doing that tournament. I think I'm gonna do the middle of December. So like the 16th, I think that's a Saturday. But it's only gonna be 2. Everyone or each team's only gonna play 2 unrated games. So it's gonna be really short.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, 2 unrated. I mean, that could still last like
Like an
unrated
hour
game-
each, yeah.
Yeah, that can still last a while.
So
Brad.
I'm gonna end up my co-host is here.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna end
Wow,
up
okay.
doing all the details soon. I made a video. So.
But I mean, like, your co-host wasn't already here. Like, am I just like comedic relief? Like, am I Mushu and Mulan or something?
No, it's. I meant
like,
for
Eddie
the
Murphy as a
Valo
dragon or
tournament.
something?
He's gonna be a
Oh.
commentator.
Okay.
Yeah. Dang, Sin, relax. I love you, but damn.
You can't keep keeping up with you if you're gonna be this clingy. Come on.
I just mean like, wait, are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
You guys are gonna throw me off my seat. Holy shit.
Nah, Sin, you're delulu for that. I literally do. It's a joke. I do it as a joke.
Sin.
I'm totally normal.
Everything I say is a joke unless you like it.
Everything I say is a joke unless you agree with
unless
me.
you actually want to gift 5 subs. Then it's not a joke.
Everything
Yeah,
I say is a joke
exactly.
unless you agree with me, in which case I'm being completely serious. But if you don't agree with me, it's 100% a joke.
How do you remember that stuff? In my head, it's all
'Cause
jumbled
I
up.
because I saved it. So every time I scroll through my camera roll looking for something, I just see it there.
Hmm.
I'm not like actually delusional. I just do it for fun.
I'm hella delulu.
Oh
Like-
god, he said hella delulu. Oh god.
It just makes my it makes my life more fun. Like, of course, people expect you to like act nice and like mind your business and like all that stuff, and that's great. But like, isn't it more fun if we just do it chaotically instead?
Yeah, you should also say more funner instead.
Shut up.
No.
Oh damn, that was a crisp no.
Thank you. That's my. I need to make that a sound redeem.
No.
Just
sound alert.
no. I don't know how long Lando's gonna take. Should we do a Swift?
I'm in the range. Just let me know.
Emotional
damage!
Damn.
He's in
Money for
range.
funner.
I do whatever I want. I get whatever
Listen,
I want.
counting up money for fun.
And I'm popping a purge for fun.
Trying to up my sheriff game.
I love gummy worms.
You know what? I'm happy for you. Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm just like sitting wrong or something. Like, how am I this bad?
Bread. You have to change all of your stuff
Then
to
just
match.
Get COVID or something.
I can't.
Sure. What do you have?
Fired.
Bet and that.
Having COVID?
Yes.
Minor problem. I don't have bet.
I'm not sick.
Oh, you don't
so-
have it yet?
Oh, Wes said
No.
get COVID.
Nor do I even have that.
I'm gonna go
Oh, you
lick
don't
the
have Battle Camp
sidewalk,
Pass.
you're right.
I have neither.
And if they fire you, then you can do like a workforce.
Did he
what
just
is
say
it? Like,
lick the sidewalk?
No. Yeah. No, I'm
What?
like-
kidding.
I don't.
unlawfully fire you? Like because
Honestly,
of
yeah.
discrimination. Workforce discrimination, you can do that.
Workforce discrimination. Hell yeah. Yeah, let me get
Is that
some
what
of
it's called?
that. No, absolutely not.
What is it called?
Work-based or fucking workman's
Yeah.
comp
Yeah,
is what you're
fucking- yeah.
talking about.
No,
That's what
no,
it's
I'm not
called.
talking about workers' comp. I'm talking about when they fall like
Wrongful
fire you for
termination.
wrongful termination. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Yes,
Then I'll
evidence
have
of
to
that,
take
though.
a drug test, and then that's a whole nother problem. So I can't do that.
Well, then suck it up and go to work.
I'm going to work. I know. I'm going.
That's all I
I
got for
swear.
you. I'm sorry,
I'm
Tools. That's all I
going.
got.
I go every day.
Every day? Like you don't have a day off ever?
The weekends, but
Oh. Like that's normal. Oh, Jones, that's the end of
No.
your semester? Yeah, that's why I was thinking of doing it right then and there, where before it gets too busy for December, but then, like, everyone's out of school already, you know? I guess I could have done it. No, because people still have work. Fuck, I don't know.
Find a
I
weekend
ended
where
on
everyone's
December
available.
7th.
Sorry?
Or on December 7th.
Nothing. You should probably get people to sign up and then ask them.
Well, I mean, like, if they can't
Or-
make it, then they can't make it. Like, that's... It's not on me
Do
to...
we have backups?
No, because then if not enough people pull through, then we just cancel it. So, which is
Wait, don't we make
fine.
our own teams?
Yeah. So, I was gonna make a Google form for you guys to register teams. But I have to cap it at 4 because I don't have enough resources to do more than that. And I only want it to be like 2 streams. And I don't do long streams, so I'm not trying to make it like a 10-hour stream, you know what I mean? So I was gonna do like you guys play 1 game on a Saturday and then 1 game on a Sunday. So it's not too big of a time commitment. It's just like you gotta be there at a certain time, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'd be fair. And then the prize is gonna be $100 donated to your charity of choice.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. So we're playing for fun and we're doing it for a good cause. Is the whole
Awesome.
basis. Yeah. And bragging rights, fuck.
Are we allowed to assemble any kind of team we want?
Yeah, but it's gonna be 3v3s.
Uh-oh.
Because if it's too much, then it becomes a lot of people to like, put together. But yeah.
Unless we can get 2 extra people for each team.
I mean, if
we could pull that many people.
Yeah, if we end up getting that many people, but then I don't want it to expect to do that because I don't know if the interest. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll find people.
Oh shit.
I have friends.
Should I
I'm
just
gonna
do
grab some random
5v5s?
people off the field.
Oh,
I mean,
I don't know.
you can, depending on. I mean, you could probably just say like.
I'll do
4
an interest check first.
4v4s or 5v5s, depending on how many people are interested.
Is there a level cap?
No, because we're just doing it for fun. I'm just opening it.
Sin, don't you dare invite some Radiant player.
All right, I'm gonna go make a form right now.
They're not radiant.
Let me use my
Radiant is max, right?
Yeah.
ascendant radiant. Yeah.
It's radiant is ascendant.
Oh my god, is that Lando?
Yeah, so they're
No.
they're not radiant.
Is that deep fried Lando?
Bub, it will be if you send me the fucking invite.
What?
Hey, someone-
I
did
sent
someone
you an
invited you?
invite.
It says
I have not
invited.
gotten one.
Oh,
It says invited.
I might.
We
We
can
might
only
have
start
to.
the game.
Yeah, we might have
I'm
to.
restarting.
You're.
Alright.
You're what?
Lando, come here.
Or we might have to join. Brad.
I don't have tools for him. We have a problem.
I do.
Sorry, Tools, you're
Don't
not playing
worry.
anymore.
No, stop.
Someone invite him. Get him in here.
Tools, you're so funny to mess with. I think it's because you don't really like have a lot of like a reaction.
I know.
Oh.
Unable to invite. Unable.
Yeah, I'm restarting the game.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
I thought we
It's
were just
okay,
gonna join
don't
Lando.
yell.
Give she look at this.
Wait. Hold on. You do not know. I have so many tabs open.
Usually when this happens to Leo, we just join Leo. So why don't we?
Oh
just
my
join
God.
Lando?
Don't do that.
Ready,
It's
you
gonna
better not.
break.
Oh, he's
It's
online.
gonna break.
Clear comms. Clear comms.
Invite sent.
Clear comms.
Can't invite him anymore. I might have sent it too early. Might have to join him now.
Oh,
Oh, no, it's here.
fucking finally. Okay.
We're good.
Unrated.
Clear comms. Clear comms. Okay. Thanks.
I'm expecting to die of lag.
Wait, you're lagging?
Yes.
Like,
I was
Oh,
lagging
shit.
on Roblox, dog. I'm gonna die.
Wait, why?
Lando, where are you?
In the middle of nowhere.
Are you not at home?
Sound good? No, I'm home.
That makes sense. You do kind of live in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly, see?
I think we should play on Georgia servers.
You guys heard it here first. He lives in nowhere, Wyoming.
That's not even factual. Yeah,
Can we
yeah.
get it off Texas servers, please?
Is it even on?
Kimchi!
Wait, what?
Move the server!
Hold on. You're leader.
No, no.
Texas.
Kimchi, you're streaming.
But I'm also making a Google form right now for the tournament, so.
Okay, then make someone else the leader. Make Sin the leader.
I get whatever I want. I do
Sin's
whatever
leader.
I want.
I'm counting up money for fun.
I counted money for fun.
Then you didn't fix the issue. You added another issue.
Oh my god, what's the issue? You know what?
Landa's.
Does that fix it?
No, no, no!
Wow,
fix
that
it?
was loud.
Put it on Illinois. That's the best server for everyone.
Is this good?
No, why are we in
Does this
Oregon?
work?
This is the worst for. This is the physically worst possible option for everyone except for Kimchi. Why Georgia? You just want 3 ping. You just want 2 ping. You just want 2 ping. You self.
I do
You
whatever
just.
I want.
You just want 2 ping.
No, Tools has good ping in Georgia too.
Yeah. Yeah, but hear me out. It's horrible for Kimchi. All right for me. It's 7.
What's wrong with Texas? It's gonna take us forever to find a game.
Okay, let's go. That's fine. Let's go then. Put it on Texas. I don't care.
Oh, I'm a rubber band like crazy. Holy shit.
No, we're not.
get
We're not.
whatever I
We're not in
want.
Texas. We're in Illinois,
Solo
which is
queues and
which is
sub
worst.
games. I think one day we should just do like a in-house, like we did a couple of weeks ago, where we did like just in-house Valo games. I think that would be fun. Not necessarily like a tournament, but just like how we did, where we just like
Before. I know.
yeah.
Well, we were doing that, but then everyone wanted to level up, right? So that's why we stopped.
So it's y'all's fault.
Were you the one with the level up?
No, I'm level.
Oh, no. The reason why we stopped in general was so that people would level up so they could play comp,
Oh, yeah.
and then nobody ever played comp.
Well, we tried to play last night, but there was 4 of us, and we were like, "Fuck, we can't play comp with 4."
I see.
I'll play comp right now. See, look, you see how long it's taking us to find a match, Brad? See how long?
I said put it on Texas.
All right, perfect. I'm just gonna start that. Match found. Did I bait you guys?
Yeah, it sounded so much like it.
Okay, so maybe we're the problem.
Imagine being the
Am I?
problem.
Am I the problem? We're the bad guys.
Are we the bad guys?
Who is this?
Who's what?
I followed someone on TikTok.
Oh.
You know, I was thinking. Usually, I'm all for violence, but
You think?
But I was thinking of the times where being nice is funnier.
Being
And so
nice
I
is
think-
funny?
Yeah, like imagine someone's so pissed. They're like, "You fucking suck. That's what you get. That's why we fucking beat your ass." And then you're like, "Thank you so much for the learning experience."
Thank you so much for the learning
so
experience.
Match found.
Then they just look stupid.
I think that's what working in customer service, especially in hospitality, is exactly like. You described 3 years of my fucking life.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Llama.
Yeah, I've been yelled at a bunch too. Fuck people.
Well, the thing is, when I get yelled at, I like disassociate. So like, I don't really know what it feels like to be yelled at because my brain just shuts off.
Imagine having to be a supervisor at said resort.
Pro Phoenix player.
He's a Pro Phoenix player.
Love that for you.
Sin, who are you playing?
Either Gecko or Cypher.
Play both.
Pick whoever you want.
At
Simultaneously.
Let me boot up my Xbox Connect right quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your fucking game bar.
I'll play with my feet.
What?
What?
My
Oh
Play
god.
with my feet.
Oh
Like,
god.
how-
Listen.
if
Oh
I-
god.
Bro, what if I play with my hands? What the fuck else would I play with? My
Your
knees?
second pair of
Your
hands.
head.
Your second pair of hands. Eat the controller.
Sin pick. You have 10 seconds.
No, I already selected Gecko. It'll just like.
Oh.
I already dodged today, so I can't dodge
Eat
again.
the controller, play with your intestines.
Oh. See, how is that less weird than me just saying I'll play with my feet?
Oh god. Utterly just speechless, okay?
And you know what? Some people would probably come into chat if I put that in the title, playing with my feet. They'll be like, oh shit, let me
That's
click
like
that.
illegal to show, I think,
Playing a video-
on for TOS. Hmm?
It's illegal to show your feet?
No, I mean like it's
Yeah, I don't
it's
know
part
how
of
feet are
TOS.
fucking gross.
Feet is a part of TOS?
Yeah. Cuz it's like it's considered sexual for some reason.
That's so weird to me. How do people do that shit?
I don't know,
I don't,
but
I don't
that's
get it.
part
I don't
of
fucking get
TOS.
it. I don't get it. I'm sorry, I don't.
You
I'm
can't.
straight as
You
fuck, I
literally
swear to God, I
cannot
don't
just
like
like
feet.
show your feet on
Oh my
stream.
God.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for you, for you, Sin.
Damn
I know
it,
that's
there
what you
goes my
really
second
want.
source of income.
I know you really
Sin, I'm
wanted
sorry,
to do that,
but you can't clickbait your feet. I'm sorry, Sin.
Well, it was just gonna be in the title, guys. I wasn't gonna actually show them.
Yeah, you know.
No.
Jules is dying.
Toe SMR. Wait a minute, I just do like an ASMR.
Stop,
It's like-
stop. OSMR was way too far.
It's like me
Oh.
stepping in
was-
potato salad. It's like me stepping in potato salad.
yeah.
Like,
Stop. Cease. Sin.
With
Sin.
mayonnaise?
I have to ask you to stop, please.
That's
stop.
content right
They're
there.
about to.
Don't worry,
they're
guys.
about to turn off my fucking stream, bro.
Don't worry, guys.
Weird.
God.
If I can't stream it on Twitch, I just go stream it on Kick.
Kimchi after dark.
Oh god.
I can't say that. I can't say that while Sin, Kimchi streaming.
Yeah, please don't. Thank you, Fred.
I get whatever I
appreciate
want.
you.
Too late. I've already said everything.
Oh god.
I'm sorry. Was my
Fred.
feet thing too much?
Fred.
Are my feet
No.
too
Really,
much?
Fred?
No,
Really? Fred?
What?
Really?
there can never be too much of
Really?
it.
Are my feet too much?
Oh, really?
Too much
Oh,
is not a
no, for
word.
real?
Fucking
For real?
comedy.
Not enough is the only option.
Kimchi, I like that every time we do this, we
All
drop
right,
the
you
gun
ready?
and then we
Jules, are you ready?
moonwalk
We're
away
gonna
from each other.
flash right through
We
that hole
really
right
do.
there, and we're gonna figure out how many of them there
Who
are.
am I
okay?
playing?
Yeah, I got you. I got
Oh.
you. Nice.
Nobody's here.
Nobody. Okay.
Who am I playing is crazy, Kimchi. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I normally don't play this anymore.
I'm scared. Where are they?
Probably like.
They're in their spot and they're bullying. Ah, they're all mid.
Okay.
Every last one of them is mid.
Yeah, I just got peeked by 3 at one time. That was insane.
Oh, they're playing together because there's only 3 of them.
Kimchi, can you heal, please?
Yeah, I'm dead.
They're mid again. They're mid again. They're mid again. They're mid again.
Let's go grab it off her body, bud.
Spike planted.
Let's just grab it from her pocket. You know how like she has the orb sitting on her side?
Yeah.
Fred, did I accidentally send you something?
Why, you ask?
Get him, wingman.
Like, on what?
Discord.
Where's the fucking omen?
Right there.
Well, why did you say right there at the end?
Where is
Oh, I knew where it was.
Their omen may be
Well,
a
why didn't you say
nightmare,
anything when I said
but
where
I
is
was
the
never
omen?
scared of it.
Because I figured it out right when he shot you.
So you didn't know anything.
Well, your little dude hit him here, so I assumed after you shot the sage that he was right here, and then you walked right in front of him.
And you didn't say anything.
Because you got shot as I figured it out. Why
need
would
you
I
to-
say
I need you to-
anything if you're already
Does he through the
talking to
hole?
him?
You got it. You got
I
it. You
need-
got me. You got me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Nobody's there?
Help! Help
Nobody.
needed!
Nobody.
Help
Nobody.
needed! Help needed! Help needed!
I'm picking
Yes.
up Dizzy. Don't worry.
I fucked up my wall. Assistance needed. I'm gonna die. I'm dead.
Satisfying.
It only
I
took
love the
me
callouts.
5 shots to kill her, you know?
Where's your Discord? There it is.
4 back here. 1 there.
There we
Actually, that one was killed, so it's probably.
Spike planted.
go. I didn't change the name. Oh shit.
Just try and steal that.
One enemy remaining.
Bro, you're
you
you're
do
talking,
that?
please. Yeah, you
Dizzy
can.
got someone. Get your ace. Get your ace.
Fuck my life.
Last player.
Oh! There was too much going on.
Oh my god. Oh my.
I
So sick.
could have got that. Fuck
It's
my
okay.
life.
It's okay. It's okay.
I hate it here.
I held back for you, and you know what? I don't regret it at all. And that's not sarcasm.
Why was there a specter on my body? I didn't buy a specter.
You may have like accidentally picked it up.
I didn't kill anybody.
Well, if you
I just
walked over.
died.
Oh.
How would I walk over it? There was no way back.
I should have kept it, to be honest.
Yeah.
I threw it away because it was ugly.
Because it's default.
Yeah, it was ugly.
This fight is
Oh,
ours.
for real?
Ugly. They're A. They're actually A. They're actually A. I'm not memeing. At first I was memeing. Now I'm not.
I got A and B confused. That's my bad.
Oh,
Fuck.
mid.
Are you
Mid.
sure?
I'm
you're not
playing
memeing?
against one of my friends right now.
No,
I hope
Dizzy
you guys
got
know.
somebody.
What do you mean?
So they're stream sniping?
No, they're
Oh,
not.
please out of here! I got one.
Like you know someone on the enemy team.
Did she wall herself back there? I'm confused.
Oh.
Big slay.
Reloading. Spike
Sin.
planted.
Yes.
Why do you say
Reloading.
that?
One
Because
right.
I'm watching Tools and it's big
Last
slay.
player standing.
Oh, okay.
My ult's ready.
Tools pop off.
Tools really slaying them for real.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, nice one.
Don't start defusing now.
He's such a nerd. I should have looked
Hey, he was right there.
I know.
Damn.
I know he
No.
was. I
Okay,
just thought he'd be
Lando.
left because he was gonna play for Plant,
We
but
fight
he's
once
just
again.
No,
not.
the only reason I said that is because of Lando.
So I said, okay, Lando.
I just didn't want Tools to think I'm serious. Tools, if I ever make fun of you too much, just DM me and then I'll laugh at you. And
I'm coming to help you on A.
okay,
Oh,
thank
okay.
you. Look at Dizzy. Look at
Did
Dizzy.
you through the window?
Dizzy through the window. Dizzy through the door.
I'm pushing. I'm pushing. I'm pushing. I'm pushing. Multiple.
Oh, they
That's
are.
a lot. That's a lot.
I think it's
I
just a
gotta go,
handful
gotta
of
go.
people. Oh shit, I can't see.
Last player standing.
Shit.
My ultimate's ready.
Spike
Oh,
down
holy
A.
shit.
You're running back.
Molly,
I'm
Molly,
not.
Molly, Molly. Oh,
This guy's lag is insane.
Embarrassing. Careful now.
Spike planted.
Fuck! I was not winning that with that singer.
no. Oh, I see your vision.
You man ready for a light show?
I saw the vision.
I'm messaging their Sage is my friend.
Sage battle?
They're the better Sage.
I sure bet you're currently winning.
Hey, you're out fragging them.
That was just in
You
the
are
pistol round.
You're out fragging them.
That I couldn't
Listen, man.
clutch up.
You're out fragging them.
Wall raised.
Ow!
Dizzy didn't get anybody. Oh, he knew I would be there.
They're going there.
Bomb on me, bomb on me.
Oh,
Fuck
beep, beep,
my
beep, beep, beep,
life.
beep.
I don't think they're going in. I
Wait,
just
but
saw
watch
one
out.
guy.
10 HP.
Come on, let's go.
I'm rushing them.
Break
The brokerage. Never mind.
He's dead.
Guys. I'm in crouch. What the fuck? I came out of my thing crouched.
Your
Because
toggle
you're
crouch.
Whittle.
Bro, please. Holy cow. What the fuck was that?
125
Holy
neon.
shit. I can't. I'm 10.
Flash.
Whatever you do,
They didn't grab the
choose.
spike.
They did. Yeah,
Yeah, they did. You think they're
Watch your eyes.
30
Fuck.
seconds
They,
left.
they just grabbed the spike.
Going up.
Yeah, I saw. I'm just gonna kill myself.
You
They're trying to play here.
kill my allies.
Oh.
Last player standing.
Better gun.
Spike planted.
Gun diff. Oh, you broke it.
rope tether.
Neon has a vandal.
Oh,
You saw them
Saw them.
left.
Both there. They're both left.
Oh,
Oh, they
Nice try.
weren't. I thought they were both left.
No, they weren't.
I thought Omen peeked initially.
I know they were split. I was waiting on it, and they
Remember,
just would never
stay
peek.
out of the fire. Super high level tactic.
It's the hardest thing to re-enter to. It's like you have to slay one and just hope.
I'm gonna ult down mid if somebody wants to go A in my place. Just for a moment until I can.
Alright.
Or if someone
I'll
wants,
I'll wall. It's
wants
fine.
to look mid while I ult.
I'll wall here.
I'm pushing. I'm gonna try and kill
Tighten
this
our
neon
defenses.
mid.
Alright, I'm gonna ult and stun them.
It's all you, little homie.
Wall raised.
Oh no, I got detained. Look mid, look mid, look
It's
mid.
It's you and me.
I got 1v1.
Oh, and are you still detained? There's no way.
Got just shit on.
Got him. Enemy me.
fuck, I'm dead.
Nope. Not on my watch.
Hey, bud.
Trash.
Someone's B.
Last player standing.
80. 80.
Fuck. I thought the Omen would keep me first.
Damn.
He was hurt. He wouldn't have done it.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your
Yes.
hearts are pounding.
Deep breath, everyone.
I'm gonna save.
But my heart's not pounding.
It's not?
Yeah.
I'll just buy for next.
Yeah, I am as well. It would have helped if I wasn't buying the first few rounds like it was this with play.
Look, look, look.
Cute. He was just a cutie.
Dizzy's up top.
That says hit a lot. Nice.
Sorry, I want my dizzy back.
Friend.
Watch me, watch.
They're going B. I can hear them.
Alright, I'm
Or at
going.
least they were trading from mid.
Oh, oh, oh, oh, oh, oh.
Two. Oh, full,
Spike
full.
down mid.
I'm looking at them all.
Reloading.
One
Got a
enemy
nasty ass
remaining.
flank on
Oh
them.
my goodness, I
Yes.
fucking missed every single goddamn shot, dude. You
no
have no clue.
guns? Oh, fuck.
That was just an ugly perspective on you.
God damn it. I hate it here.
Richie, there's a gun right next to you.
Was there? Behind me
Yes.
or like my foot?
You said no guns. I turned around, I dropped, and I picked up another one.
Yeah, but it was the same gun that I had, so.
No, it was an Oni Vandal.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Are you sure it was next to
Oh,
me?
Oh,
what?
oh, oh, whoa!
Defenders win.
Oh,
Wait,
what?
what?
Not fight us again.
What the f-
Hey, we got in their head.
The easy is crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
We'll never see him again. Easy.
Never see them again. Literally, my friends on that team.
Oh, well.
As
Not
for what they were
easy.
doing,
Wanna be popular. You're
that's
gonna
a
be
that's a good combat score you got
popular.
there, Kimchi.
What?
I'll teach
Yeah,
you the
yeah, nice
proper
combat
poses.
score.
Oh. Call.
Oh gosh. Oh damn.
You have a nice combat score.
Really, Brad?
Damn, girl, that combat score. Mm.
Oh jeez.
Forgot that the shops reset an hour earlier now.
Oh. Well. It's.
Well, it's the
I
same
see,
24
I
hours,
see.
but
Yeah. That makes sense.
it's alright.
It's a cool ghost in there though.
They keep the hours the same.
Why is it so expensive? Somebody gift Kimchi 5 subs right now so she could buy me this ghost.
Yep. Totally.
I want this knife. This knife in the bundle is sick.
Woody, please.
With a cherry on top.
Woody, please.
Without the cherry.
Oh wow. Daring today, are we?
Daring today, are we?
Match found.
You can take off the cherry. The cherry's the best part.
Okay.
My phone wanted it.
Whatever you do, don't peek mid.
I'm allergic to the cherry.
Honestly, true. Don't do it.
I'm a meme.
I
I'm the
can't
best
believe
shamer
you're
player.
allergic to so many fruits,
Do it,
Brett.
Brett,
Oh
do
my
it.
gosh.
Fucking do it, but I dare you. No! You do it! Yeah!
We need a sentinel. We need a we need it. We need a sentinel. We need a sentinel. Kimchi, don't you dare.
I don't know what to
After I just-
play.
You were just hovering, Sky. Did you not want to play Sky?
I'll play Sky.
So then
She's
you're gonna walk
buff.
in, or just... She is buff. I told you my opinion on Sky before, right?
Yes.
I just want to make sure.
Kinda
Can't be
scared to
too
play
sure.
Omen.
Omen.
Whatever.
Wait, Brett, you're live too?
Yeah?
You know what
I like
you
to not
just
tell you.
say?
You're playing Phas?
Did I not click done? God damn it.
Yeah, Brad, you're playing fast?
Did I
Happy
not click
Halloween?
done?
Oh, now it says now it's working.
I have a bad habit of not clicking done.
Maz is
When you
also
first went live,
playing
it said Phas.
Val.
I know. Because I didn't click done. And you were like, oh, it's you.
Oh my god, I can't say first because Sin's first. Well, I can still say it though.
Oh.
You can claim it.
Green hay.
Wow,
Wow,
Fast must
Phasmo
have changed a lot. Crazy.
That's crazy.
But
Yeah.
just look at the enemy team's name.
Well, thank you for the follow.
Kimsthetic is now following.
Oh, did you?
Coming from Angie,
I didn't click
thanks so
done
much.
on the thing.
I
On like
think you
the,
stream too, right?
the part where it's
Let me
like,
go ahead and give
what are
you a
you
follow.
streaming? And so I just went live on Phasmo.
Have a great stream. Thank you.
Yeah, it's Phasmo,
I
bro.
followed you back.
That's my bad. That's my bad. I
Nah,
changed
bro's
it now.
playing Phasmo. Bro's
I
playing
fixed.
Phasmo.
No, I fixed it. Much better.
No, you're playing Phasmo. This is clearly Phasmo. What do you mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you clearly haven't played Phasmo in a while, man. You want a new update?
Why
Oh my
is
God,
it
first in
working?
teams.
When 8 p.m. hits,
I
so many
know,
people
right?
just hit go live, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have. It's more like, for me, it's not that time.
Oh, well, for like, I guess when it hits 8 p.m. Eastern time, people are like, oh yeah, this is the perfect time in my time zone to go live.
I want to find it. It's mostly
They're
for
just
me.
avoiding.
Yeah, no, I found you under Phasmo. That's so funny,
Go
Brett.
find some. It's fine. He doesn't.
Oh wait, okay.
Static?
Blinding orb. Okay, dark cover.
Mhm.
Guys, what do I do? Someone please tell me what I'm supposed to do.
So, your E is your smoke. Your Q is your little blindy thing that you chuck in a straight line, and it can go
And
through
the
walls.
C is the teleport, right?
I think I'm cold again, guys.
Yeah, but you need to use your abilities first because they're like Astra, okay? So you have to like go in and like physically like move the orb and stuff like that.
Wait, this is so cool.
Yeah.
Why is it
I
so
just
slow?
like left-handed. This is a horrible map for
And
left-handed.
whatever you
but...
do, don't spam
This is a
E
good
and switch
open map,
between your
too.
gun and your weapons. You won't be able to see.
Well, I just like shooting with the left hand. I'm not.
You see anything?
Some of them are.
Time to jump.
Sorry, you guys are gonna have to give me a little second to figure things out, I think. But once I get it figured out, I'll be fine.
Yeah, you're old main. Gross.
I'm out. Gotta go. Gotta go.
Spike down B.
Thank you, sir.
Kippy, did you buy heal?
Gun here.
I don't have heals. Sorry, I bought a gun.
Kippy, did you buy heal?
No, I bought a gun. Sorry.
Oh, hey, there's a person
One
spawn.
enemy remaining.
Sorry, I bought a
She's
gun.
AFK.
I got it. I got it. Don't worry. Don't worry. I got it. Don't worry.
It's
Aw.
Oh, good.
That was
Those-
shitty, bro.
That's a
It
good
was very
run.
rude. You know, I buy Headhunter now. Since I have no obligation to give Kimchi my gun, I buy Headhunter.
Kimchi,
So, wait,
just warm up. No, it's so hard right now. I'm sorry.
I can drive all over the
I'm
map.
trying.
Okay, so like, what if I want to plan,
Do I
like,
have my...
put it and not smoke it yet? What do I do? Just click it?
You just don't. You just don't.
Oh,
place
you
it.
just don't. Oh, interesting. Hey, I don't know. Don't laugh.
Feeling sight. Walk out.
There's no one here. Ow.
Oh, fuck, I'm out.
Can you guys be
can't
quiet for
hear.
2 seconds? Can you guys be quiet for 2 seconds?
I'm stuck here.
See, I
Brad,
was
that
trying to
sounds like a
figure it out.
skill
I
issue.
couldn't hear them.
Hey, Lando.
I'm gonna have to turn y'all
Oh,
down.
hey! Oh, fuck!
They,
I almost
they
hit
don't
you in
know.
the head.
They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. Give me that. It's my.
I can flash this.
Could have knifed that. Yeah.
I could
Spike
have, yeah.
planted.
Fuck, I missed.
Oh, I couldn't get out of there. Ah! I can't right now. I'm going crazy.
Dog, I can't hit my shots!
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
You know, I need to do something real quick.
Fuck, 55. He's like 2 taps.
Where do they put VSync?
I had a sheriff on my body tools.
Don't even start
I'm over
that
on the left.
shit here, mate.
No way.
You stepped on it. You're stepping on it.
Oh. I was thinking
You're
Marshall.
sipping on my body?
I don't know why. Marshall is in my brain.
I think that's what you
Hey.
wanted. What's up, Angie? How's it going?
Gotcha toes is crazy, not gonna lie, man. Anyway, glad you're here. It's always nice to have new people.
Dog.
I thought you were gonna say got your nose, you know?
Well, that's not what he said. He followed me and then said gotcha toes.
There's no one here. There's no one here.
Bring him in.
They're
My
mid.
fake clone. You and my fake clone. It's gonna
Enemy
work.
spotted mid.
He'd probably preface this with the fact that I'm not a chambermaid by any means.
Bro, how did she
Heal
get
up, squad.
Oh,
fly?
right.
Push it in, push. Go, go, go.
My ult's right there.
Oh.
Don't
Yeah,
worry,
you
they'll
did.
think it's me. Ow, my eyes.
I'm sorry. I thought you were them.
I killed him. We're good.
I thought you were them.
Okay.
Walk out.
They're running through their spawn.
Oh.
They're going to the other side.
Out.
Have a lovely lurk.
You got him.
I shouldn't have seen Omen. What the
Oh,
fuck?
they're both right there.
One enemy remaining.
Trap.
Papa.
Anybody want a Marshall?
No. No,
Okay.
thank you.
Losing cards.
Thank you. I don't really do much. kind of tripping. Ooh, free gun. I'm
Oh,
chambers, so I'm
fuck,
broke.
I can't. Wait, wait, you
Yeah,
took my
everybody
gun.
knows
Give
what
it
we're
back.
talking
Give
about.
it back. Bro,
No.
give it back. Fuck, I don't want to be broke. Okay, this is fine. Fuck.
Wait, what? Where did you get that from? I was gonna drop you the gun that
It's
you
fine,
got.
it's fine, it's fine.
Wait, why'd you buy
It's
a
fine,
guard?
it's
What?
fine, it's fine.
I have my own gun.
Oh my
called my pocket.
god.
Hey, it's
Oh
A.
my god.
It's so A. I'm coming. Ah.
There's a Reyna here.
Nuh-uh. I pressed the leg this time 'cause
I
got
killed
set
her.
by you.
Down A.
You killed her?
Oh, freaking Christ.
They're probably
Frickin'
gonna
cries or frickin' fries or...
They can't
What?
rotate because we have to
Oh.
spike.
One enemy remaining.
I see your advantage.
I'm closing the
Ooh.
door.
Sentinel's a light vandal. Let's go, baby.
Enemy spotted.
Manure.
It's you and me.
Oh, it's
Bye,
me.
Kippy.
Oh, you got Kippy!
No,
Yeah.
no! Wait, just
I'm
camp your body.
knifing. I'm knifing.
Yeah!
Let's go, baby!
Better.
Yes! Wait, is there a gun?
Better.
Oh fuck, I didn't pick it up!
Ever.
Shit!
Best Phasma personality points didn't give
fuck.
back.
Do I just play with the fucking Guardian? Fuck it, yeah.
Yeah. You want a 1v1
Wait, I
with the
can-
Guardian.
I
It's got-
can teleport.
Oh shit.
I need to turn you guys down for some reason. I'm just going deaf with this.
No.
You have an exam
No way you're saying
tomorrow?
that.
Good
I
luck.
think it's Lan. I think
Good
it's Lano
luck.
because he's blowing my ears out.
Bro, that's my job. I'm blind.
He cannot see.
Why?
You cannot see.
I'm a puppy.
deep
I'm
into
a
the
puppy.
future.
I got him. I got him.
I'm a
I got two.
I got him.
I'm a puppy. Is crazy.
Let's go.
Guns
I
with cool
like
skins.
Oh
Guns with cool
fuck,
skins.
fuck, fuck. It's just a Guardian and a
Ah.
Guardian. Wait.
Two surrenders in a row. Two surrenders in a row.
We're
Why?
better.
We're better?
We're
We're
better.
We're better. We're just better. We're better. Yeah, that's how it works.
What is happening?
We're just that intimidating.
We're scary.
Me?
We-
Scary? Imagine.
Us five
Oh,
absolute
yeah.
dinguses are scary.
Dog, we're horrifying. What do you mean?
It's because I won the 1v1, guys. It's because I won the 1v1.
Yeah, you got
I
an
was
air
not
head.
expecting. That was
Let's
a
go, I have
horrible
Nico now.
1v1, by the way. That was so fucking funny.
No, I also got caught in it, but I like ran. I guess it's whoever it hits first, like whoever's closest.
It's
Yeah.
the closest.
Maybe?
It's the closest. Yeah.
Closest, yeah. Because you three all got hit and it just shows Kimpy.
It picks the closest.
Kim.
At least that's what the developer said.
Kimpy. Crazy Kimpy. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Match
Oh,
found.
Too
Too
late.
late for that one.
Match found.
Okay.
I just
No
won't lock in.
restroom
Go
allowed.
pee, go pee, go pee, go pee, go pee.
No restroom allowed.
I'll pick
No
first.
pee
1
allowed.
minute.
Just highlight.
1 minute.
You
You
have
get
77
1 minute.
seconds.
Everyone.
Just highlight someone and leave. Don't lock in. Okay.
I'll do the highlighting. Okay. No, play what you want. Play what you want.
I'm gonna play Reyna.
Yeah, do it, bro. Do it.
The funnies.
Yeah.
I'm kind of scared to play Omen though, because I feel like I don't really know like his lineups and stuff.
Well, you
Just
know how
play
you
Brim then.
learn.
Brim?
Yeah. Brim's really
I'm just
simple.
gonna have lineups. You know who has lineups? Brim.
But like I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know them. That's what I'm saying.
That doesn't.
Yeah,
Doesn't
just
matter.
play Brim. Brim's a bit easier because you can see where they're gonna go because it pulls up a little mini map.
But Brim is not dainty. What does his combat sand beacon do?
It makes you faster and reload faster and shoot faster.
Fast.
Yeah.
Fast.
Guys, I think I'm just gonna play Viper again.
And
Okay.
you can't die with.
Oh, I
skills on
forgot.
it.
I wasn't supposed to log in. Oh wait, tools is fine. No,
Nope.
No.
Why was I not? Oh, we were supposed to skip?
no, because Kimchi's gone.
It's fine. The enemy team's doing it for us. We're good.
Yep. Or they're dodging entirely,
They're probably gonna dodge.
which would be hilarious.
Is it a dodge?
Is it the dodge?
Yes.
Nope.
Did they select?
Whenever you see the thing at the side disappear, you'll know it's not. Amongst us, oh, the net! Ah! Some of the names in this game are atrocious. Like, absolutely heinous names.
Bro, what do you mean? You telling me Dookie's not a good name?
I wonder if these ones will beg.
She's not even back yet.
You telling me Dookie's
Which
not
she
a good
is.
name? Give me the spike. I'm making Wingman play. Wingman's got this.
Kimpy, you waited too long?
What happened?
Tools has to share.
That's crazy.
No, Tools, give me the share.
No, where's this look like?
Oh no.
Buy your own share.
Gotta go get a
No, what's this look
classic,
like?
dog. What the fuck?
Buy her. But get a nice looking classic at
What
least.
does
Yeah.
this look like?
I
Look
got
at me.
one.
Look at
You
me.
guys
got
are
one.
wild. Cheer stream? Wow.
Bro, you look so random, bro. You just rocking back and forth.
Dog, it was planned. It was planned.
It was Gecko. I saw him 100%.
I'll find you.
Fake.
Damn, that went behind me.
Fuck.
Enemy spotted. A.
Phoenix back to site. I
Wingman's
tapped him a
got
couple
it.
times.
Sir, that's not how this gun works.
20, 60
Right here.
on Phoenix and 25 on KJ.
My gun wasn't turning.
Flank, flank, flank, flank.
No! I'm in behind.
Good job.
Gotta save him, man. Gotta save him.
Let's go.
Gotta save him.
Gotta save him.
I hear them scream.
Real.
Wow, Gecko's so fucking cheap, dog. What?
He's so cheap, right?
Dog,
No, he's so
I have
cheap.
What?
money.
What?
What?
Viper
Here you
is
go.
so
Here you go. Here you
expensive.
go.
You're rolling in it?
I am.
Oh.
He's
Oh,
so
I hate it when my hair is in between my headset
I hate it when my hair.
and my ear.
For you, Herman.
same.
Ugh,
Shave it all.
true.
There you go,
Feeling
juicing.
sight.
Fuck, I didn't weave. Oh.
Feeling sight. Enemy spotted B.
I would not push this, honestly.
Reloading.
There's a KJ thing in there. I
Behind,
wouldn't go in
behind,
there.
behind, behind.
Behind.
Fuck.
Reloading.
Are they going classic only? Oh my god.
Are they?
I think they are.
Wingman's planting.
How dare you
One
attack
enemy
me,
remaining.
dog?
Or they could just be saving. I didn't consider that.
Dizzy's up top. Dizzy out
Last player standing.
What up, bro?
You're better. You're so much better.
Oh yeah.
Skill.
Hey, we can do
Nice.
it once, we can do it again.
Good turn off.
I'm buying a Bucky. Don't ask questions.
All right.
I vote.
NATO?
Brad.
No, we
What's up?
like,
They are mine.
Brad.
Yeah? Oh, I can't spray anything.
Cutting their vision. Never saw me. I'll find you.
Don't push in there.
Good thing the
I
bot
did
did.
one.
Yeah, it's a good thing I did. Look, I'm in there. It's me right there.
Enemy spotted C.
We'll catch them.
Enemy spotted C.
no,
Bring them
Phoenix
down.
and KJ both on C.
Got the spike, Wings.
Ignore me. I'm not locked in.
My wingman. Enemy spotted. Don't mess with me.
Grab watch out.
I got the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Shouldn't have blinded me. Ah, shoot, he's hit 114.
You don't mess
We're
with
good.
my
Blew his legs off.
Bro's gone.
You don't need
Oh, I
knives.
wanted
Everyone
to
is
go.
go.
See them shake.
Wait, you're right. Everyone is going live right now.
Wait, who
I
else
got
is
3
live?
notifications in the last 10 minutes.
Oh,
Random people that I follow.
Hi, Monster Hunter. How are you doing?
Mine. You cannot have it.
What is up with
I know.
today? Everyone wants to just be like, Oh,
let them get up.
that's nice. Yeah.
Red, you don't even know how to do it. You're doing it wrong.
Tell me how to do it then.
You hit all of your ability buttons in rapid succession.
Pardon me, sir.
Where are you?
Are we good?
What do I have
Yeah,
to
we're
spike?
good.
We don't ask questions. Have the clone plan.
Sorry, yeah.
Watch out, Cynical.
Time to jump.
Heaven.
Fuck. Raise heaven.
Last player
Fuck.
standing.
Oh.
That's everybody in there, dude. Fuck.
Raise dead.
Yeah,
Good
try to
defuse.
defuse.
Oh, it's rough as fuck. I should have just shot him.
Wow, he doesn't reclaim wingman and have him do it? How He doesn't even collect wingman. Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
The neglect for your own little guy is crazy.
I know.
Brad, I can buy you.
No. No.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm gonna use thrash, clear
Come on.
angles,
Come on.
and then what?
No.
Yeah, tap. Yeah! You can even do it with his ult as well if you have it. He looks like he's having a fucking seizure. Oh, I think him. There's solo.
Missed.
Dead.
Oh. Come on, Lando.
Oh, I look at that decision.
Pager's in there.
Oh, look at that decision again.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted
Bring
B.
them down.
How's that fair? Sid.
Raise is on left side.
Oh my, the recoil!
down,
It's
C.
fucking close range.
One enemy remaining.
Pardon me, sir.
Last player
Oh.
standing.
Unlucky.
Why is she there, bro? Like,
Behind box, Vector. Or
Nice.
standing in the open. That works too.
This guy's okay.
No, he had it planned out. He's gonna stand in the open, die, and let us win the round. He had that.
Perfect. Perfect plan. The no personal space? Oh god. Sunshine, how are you doing? Welcome in. Let me go ahead and give a few shout outs here.
Okay, so we peek mid, right?
Right there.
And then retreat, and then they'll think we're going peak, so you stay on C every single fucking time. It'll work.
Cutting their vision.
I don't know if it's gonna play. It might be broken right now.
Wait, what's that?
Builder is.
Screen down.
One more there. Sin.
Okay, I got it. Slade's in. Clear.
Oh, I got pushed. Get it. One's on
Okay.
One's in garage.
Watch Haven.
Wanna go again?
Play it, wingman, got it.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
On wings.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings. Thrash is ready.
Who's echoing?
Don't give up Haven. Play
She's
box.
going again.
You should run.
Man, they stopped her.
You have to push the ult.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
It's so rough.
Oh, he's gonna defuse. Yeah. Nothing you can do.
Oh
How
shit.
Oh, he had wingman defuse.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that.
You can hear.
I didn't hear it till I peeked.
That's true. Good advice.
What was it doing?
Yeah?
There.
Something like that, you know. Give me. Aw.
Wait, you want your clone? You want your clone to plant? You got that. You play with your clone.
Lando, you know what? You're not thinking of that. Look at me. Lando, look at me. You're not thinking of that.
Their fears betrayed them.
Let's see.
Bro's yapping.
I think bro wants to tell me something.
No way.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Another.
Oh
Fuck,
shit.
they got both.
They got a lot of us actually.
Yeah, double digit.
Oh, I'm dead.
Spike down mid. Still inside.
How did the one person who couldn't get detained die?
I got out because I didn't think Dizzy could see.
Good.
Apparently.
Mark one.
Sorry, I didn't know Dizzy can
have
see
the
through
spike.
dimensions.
Reloading. Where are you?
Oh my god.
Behind us, figure it out.
No. Close right.
What is happening?
80. Oh my goodness. Nice.
Nice. And behind me. That's fine.
One enemy
On.
remaining.
Nice. On me. Us.
I'm watching this way.
There.
Watch that way, please. Other way. Other way.
Spike
Garage.
planted.
No, he's in
He's here though.
garage.
Okay.
Nice.
Keep just having a mini heart attack while tools is just in common control.
Right, homie. Chill.
Watch that way, but he's here.
Damn, you
Oh, I
lucky.
didn't know. I can't hear over all the yep.
We're yapping.
Are you saying that we're yapping?
We're yapping apparently.
Just like planet. I can stank the
But
snake
listen.
beside it.
Shut up, player's not working. I'm so sorry, guys.
Okay, you know what? This is fine. You can say it.
Hey, other me.
Up at
Sorry in
the.
advance.
Cutting their vision. Enemy
That.
spotted.
Clear comms, please.
I will put Marsh
Please.
right now.
Drop him.
Please. Thank you.
Why do you need clear comms?
Cause I can't
play like
hear
this all the
anything.
time and it
Oh,
works.
okay. KJ's in there again.
Down
In
in
garage.
3, 2, 1.
Where?
Enemy spotted B.
Can't see over that ult. Damn it.
Coming from here.
Insane.
Enemy spotted A. Decoy. Goodbye, me.
Oh,
One
two peek
enemy
me.
remaining.
Ah, one.
In the Viper ult.
That's so cool.
That is right.
Nice.
Did I get inside your head?
Oh man. I threw
That
a
almost every
grenade
round.
right
Get
in
a
her
benefit.
head.
Woo!
Accuracy.
What you been up to, Sunshine? How
Yeah.
are you? Monster
yeah.
Hunter, how are you doing?
Yeah.
How's everyone on this fine Sunday
I
night?
like that. That Viper ult. Ooh. Fire with it. Fire with it. Fire with it. Okay. Break it down. Alright, Gecko, don't hurt him now. Don't hurt him now.
Still
Sin.
inside.
Sin. Look, Sin. Look at me.
Grabbing ult.
Ew. Ew, that was gross.
Listen, man. He just wants to tell you something.
aid
man,
it,
I can't
Alvin.
heal. Ow.
Where are
I can't aim to save my life.
Rando, oh my god.
Hey guys,
Not
I'm gonna
one
do
at
that
a
guy,
time.
but right there.
Fast as fuck.
Kimpy.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
They're not there.
Maybe like
Last
I fully
player
trapped.
standing.
Oh,
40.
fuck.
Spike down A.
There's no one there. All four of them were over where I was.
Alright guys.
You fully trusted me to kill 4 while you look the other way?
Yes. I'm sorry, I'm really bad when I can't hear anything.
Fine.
do you use a
I
mixer?
can't hear. No, it's over the talking. I can't hear callouts over
No,
talking.
like do you use an
Could be.
audio do you use an audio Oh wait, you can't hear comms over like what people like you can't hear actual comms over people talking.
I mean, like, if someone does a call out, I have to just tune it out because there's so much information coming through,
Is
so
that
I
why you didn't
can't.
hear me? Because I said Kimpy, they're all back
Yes,
there.
I
and
can't
just
hear
kept
you
walking
because I
away.
hear different conversations.
Oh, I think maybe we don't go this way.
No, we got it. No, we got it.
Got it.
It's free.
something in
die?
my gut is telling
Oh.
me.
Yeah,
don't go
almost.
this-
He's really, really low.
This is my Vandal.
Have the flame plant.
I would not have reflexes for this game. Do you hear all this noise? How do you I can't distinguish like who's talking and who's saying what, you know what I mean?
0.1 second ult.
And they're louder than
Wow,
everything,
it was easy. What do you
but I
mean?
can't
You don't pull it out
understand
like an
anything
easy
that they're
thing.
saying.
There's no pull out time, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I'd have to like turn them down
Guys,
all
we're
the
doing
way.
so good on attacker
You had enough
side.
health. You had enough health.
Just by the way.
Yeah, you
You
can
had
take
enough
like
for
a
that
couple
one
shots.
tap.
Here, I
You
can
had
do
enough health for that
this.
one tap, you know.
If you
I
stop
can turn
blowing on the
Lando
eardrums, that'd be
down.
nice. Every so often
you
you
go.
hit your mic button now, so it's just like.
I got the spike.
Spike down mid.
My spike.
Reload. Oh yeah! Monster on the loose.
132 on Omen.
Enemy spotted C.
Fire in the hole!
Oh fuck.
Oh
bro.
man. Or you said it doesn't have ult though.
I'd kill that one, Kimpy.
Raze and KJ were on
Last player
C.
standing.
Oh, 80 raise.
Spike down. Attacker spawn. Enemy down. My ult is ready. Nightmare, take them! I have the spike. Mark
They're both
2.
there. Oh.
Wait, what? You said they're both A?
No, I said they're both there. They're both
Oh.
inside of her ult range.
Last round in the half.
Time to spend this cash.
They were within
Good job,
the
guys. Good half.
radius of her ultimate.
Let's get this last
I
one.
perfectly saved. I have $50 left.
Yeah, but tools needs that money though.
Oh, sorry, my bad. There we
It's last round. Doesn't matter.
go. Prepare
Yeah, it
for
goes
operator.
crazy fast. Everyone,
Yeah,
if
up
I'm
button.
ever in Discord,
Someone
everyone's
say
like at
operator?
20%.
Lando, you know
I
what I
have
hear
this
whenever
fight.
you speak?
No.
Look at me.
KJ's on.
Checking B. B. People B.
Dude.
Uh-huh.
Alright, plant.
Reloading.
Let's lock this.
Good
Oh,
header,
backside,
lock.
backside, backside, backside,
One
backside.
enemy remaining.
CT man. Yep.
Now your nightmare is over.
Now
Whew.
your nightmare is over.
Got a good gun to save.
Switching sides.
Alright, now
Ah.
we're chilling.
Whatever happens, Sakin, don't panic. Trembling is bad
We're
for
so
you.
out of sync right now, Brad.
Look at you trying to give me a hug.
Girl, where you going, girl? Girl, where you
Oh,
going?
hey, yo, what?
Which way you going? You go in there or you go there?
Your arms
I'll
too,
go
Brad.
this
It's
way.
like we're trying to hug each other, but our arms are getting in the way.
Like a T-Rex?
Like we don't know how to hug.
Hope they come A. Please come
I
A.
bet
Please
you
come
watch,
A.
you
Please
watch
come A.
that wall right there. Okay, got it?
Okay. I'm watching a little bit more on that wall up, you know. My bad.
They came A.
Oh, so.
Yeah, they're all
The
right.
wall's still in view. We're fine.
It's full. They're up, they're up, they're up, they're up.
Spike down A.
I'll go
No
here.
way, bro. 90 on Raze, 90 on Phoenix, 54 on Omen.
I'll find you.
Oh,
Jesus
fuck
Christ,
that.
Lando. Watching your POV is crazy.
Okay.
Damn.
I don't know, Web, you blocked me from walking backwards.
Meditation is for amateurs.
I didn't mean to
Let's
do
go.
that.
Sorry, Tools. I was playing in this. I was
tried to go
watching the other side.
backwards, and instead I
fine.
just got head dinged.
I got you this time.
I thought they were so. I didn't know you were Lando. I thought you were someone else, so I just shot you in the head. It was my bad.
Alright.
Point blank shot to the head.
Oh goodness
Yeah, and then I
gracious.
didn't
Ah.
I'm so glad friendly fire is nothing in this game.
I would have died.
I'll find you.
I'm rotating.
Today again.
Yeah, they're all here
Yeah, it
again.
is.
Orlando showed you the.
Oh my
close
god,
strategy.
they all
Oh,
just
my
rush
God.
one side.
Oh my fucking god. They're all there.
God
They didn't chuck it
damn.
over there.
They're
Guys, please.
Spike down
Johnson.
A.
Come on, little man.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Down. Cutting through.
Everyone's
That-
dead.
Oh, you got him.
Yeah.
nice. What?
Wait, oh wait, sorry, wait, 1 second.
There's
1 second.
my buddy.
1 second, wait, I need this one, I need this one.
Sana,
wait.
sana. I got you.
Yeah,
I got
you
you.
got it.
Yeah, take your time.
Gotta collect the buddies. Gotta collect the buddies.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have enough time. I'm not gonna have enough time to have him defuse.
Beep, beep, beep. Enough of that.
Beep, beep, beep. Enough of that.
They don't have a single life worth saving.
What
You
is?
can't be yapping like that, dog.
Could be.
Yeah.
No way they go A
You want?
again.
No, you
Yeah.
don't have to give me that. I just want to give you mine.
If
Oh,
you
okay.
want,
I'm not gonna use the
I
shirt,
can.
Okay.
but I'm not gonna use the
Souls,
shirt.
I can do this, and then I can watch like the other door too, and so that way if they all rush it, I can like pop it orb.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll peek throughout. I'm gonna pop you something now. I'm gonna walk down.
There.
Oh,
Yep.
Shit. No more.
Yeah, oh,
See?
Yep.
Okay, well, only 2 pushed on the site. I blocked them with a mosh pit. The other little
9
one.
Spike
97 on
planted.
raise.
Oh, when they plant the spike, you can't get the old orbs anymore.
No.
There.
As soon as the spike's planted, old orbs are just deleted.
How the heck
What
did I
kind of
see from that
tomfoolery is
fucking
this?
turret?
Fuck
Yeah,
my
one
life.
turret.
One right there, too.
You disappoint me.
Oh, that was.
Turret's right there too.
What do you mean it was pure skill?
Last
that
player
is so
standing.
dog shit.
This is a
Still
flame
inside.
reminder of raise as well.
Phoenix kid. My ult ready.
They will cower.
You don't have enough
Yeah,
time.
you can just
Yeah, I was
save.
gonna say you don't have time.
Oh
Fuck you, KJ.
damn.
Actually,
That
fuck
was
you.
crazy.
Dog, she was playing for lineups.
My fiance's been trying to get me on Valor
Crazy?
too. So far, it's the game that'll get him to rage the most.
That was
Really?
crazy once.
You know what?
You should
Fucking
do it.
Bulldog time.
You should do it.
It's
Why
dog time.
not?
It's dog time.
Shit, I don't know what to buy.
Yeah, that's a big dog eat, right?
Okay.
Facts.
Okay, I need to use my utilities too. So
Every so often, I don't know if you pull
Womp,
out, but you
I
clap
know.
every so often.
Sorry.
That's wingman.
Yeah.
It's A.
Yeah.
Enemy spotted A.
Does the wall helper hurt you?
Still in sight.
Help. Because it saves me and Bread from being hit while rotating.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
They're getting fooled.
Shit, no.
I'm detained. How?
I got one.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Good shit, guys.
That one.
nice.
Yeah.
Pure skill, pure skill. Pure
One
skill.
dream ends. Another
Yeah.
Tell me more.
They all just like rush like crazy. I told y'all it was dog time.
I don't know if
No.
Fade's good mid though.
Dog time.
You think you
It's
can
the
throw it in there?
dog time.
Let's try. Let's try.
Somebody say dog.
So Tools, I was asking, does this wall help or hurt you?
Both.
Yes.
It's okay. But I think you should wall to like mid window on the right side. Because it favors them for like me walking up, if that makes
Doing it.
any sense. You know what I mean? Like if you were to
Oh, I just thought
wall
like
to
if
here,
they peeked. I just thought like if they peeked, then you would be like to shoot your head really
Spike
quick.
planted.
Oh wait, it planted B.
I mean it works for here. Maybe on them like pushing back.
Push with me?
Maybe.
Pushing out.
One enemy remaining.
Let's go. I'll have wingman.
Time to jump.
Okay. Good all you two. Just kill KJ. Oh my god.
One HP.
We're good.
1 HP.
Ooh, pretty.
Bulldog. Bulldog.
So violent. So violent.
Double down.
The bulldog. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, bulldog. Love the bulldog.
So like since
You wanted me to
come
play.
here.
I've been trying to stay cozy for
Yeah.
now. My
Walk
current
to,
rage
like,
game is
from
Disney
right here
Space.
off this
What's
door.
Disney
Look at the
Space Storm?
flower
Is it
and then go like
the
straight.
This is with my ult.
Wait, look at
What
the
is it
flower.
This is
called?
my
Yeah,
ult as well.
from right here. Stand right here and then look at the
but
flower and
whenever
shoot
you
it.
pull
Okay.
out
Is it the racing one?
or across your chest, and wingman is appearing and disappearing from your chest.
Okay,
by
that's
the way.
not as good. I mean, it's actually
Yeah,
really
that's
good. Pop it.
Mid's clear.
It's A. Again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otra vez.
I'm coming, Sin.
And if you wanted, you could do that same wall, but from this corner to help you on wall as well.
They have a turret. Another pushing.
Find you.
I got.
Bomb broke. Help.
Spike
Check
is
out.
here.
They're all stuck. They're all stuck. They're stuck.
Last player standing.
Fuck.
But
Nice.
I misclicked. I clicked X instead of C.
Wait, Linda, what did you say about the wall?
Or instead of Q.
If you stand right in this corner, you can send the same wall. But it will also activate.
What's up, Dax? How are you doing? Welcome in.
Dax. Who doesn't love Dax?
All right, fuck it. The dog is retired. Now it's
Yeah, from like here to here.
The cat.
make it diagonal though.
Like here to
But
here.
it doesn't
Somewhere
block mid
in
though.
lobby. Like lobby.
Well, no,
Or they
someone
push
right,
from.
more like right there.
Where are you?
Oh, that is cool.
But that like cuts off the lower. They just blitz it. They're pushing A again.
They are
Okay.
definitely pushing A again. Oh
Why
wait,
doesn't one of us- wait, why don't we just?
wait. What did my
Oh,
ult pop?
Did you click X?
Well, I was like swirling back, and I was gonna shoot. So maybe I just.
Spike planted.
Damn it! Now I wasted my ult. That I worked so hard to get.
Oh yes. 'cause
Oh,
you were-
Chase,
Bring
they
them
shot
down.
that instantly.
Last player
Oh.
standing.
Oh.
Hey, man, I
Try.
didn't get flawless.
All right, so
Bro,
look.
I was aiming at the ground and all it was getting was
Make their
body shots.
fear your weapon.
That's
Or
how
use
much.
a
That's
gun.
how.
Hate
Whichever.
recoil, man.
Everyone full buy. They're on their come up. We gotta lock in.
True. They're
Okay.
falling apart.
Wait, does it can?
We're not really good at defending,
Fade?
but I think, yeah. You want to switch?
Yeah, let's switch.
I was thinking, I was trying to say that earlier, that I don't think I'm that great at mid. My utilities.
What? I wonder if I can like peek here. What if I like drop that there?
Hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey,
Where
hey.
are you?
Okay, can do that.
Yeah, we need to stack in.
Bring
It's time
them
to produce
down.
this.
Shit.
Oh
You guys
yeah!
got this.
Monster on the loose!
You should run. My ult is ready. Nightmare, take them! Mark 2.
Spike planted.
There.
One enemy remaining.
Wait, I got this, boy. Wait, I got it.
My buddy's
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, he's got it.
Hey, guess what?
Cute.
reloading. Everybody thank Wingman.
Dang! It's like Mario Kart with Disney. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I was trying to remember.
Also, I'm sorry I had to sacrifice the kimchi.
He says the bullet's tickle.
Oh.
Your sacrifice is necessary. You wanna buy?
Yes.
My
Thank you.
sacrifice is necessary. Wow.
Funds to spare?
Imagine.
Thank you.
That's wild.
Me and
because,
Brad don't like
I
Max
got 2
Brad.
kills. You're gonna what?
I got 2
Me and
kills
you have been on
too.
Max Brad the whole time.
Kill
Did you want to switch again, Sin, or you?
I thought we were full stacking A. I thought
Oh,
that was
okay.
what we were.
Yeah. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Oh shoot.
Mid.
My ult's ready.
Mid and C.
No, it's B. It's B.
Planting B.
Spike planted.
JJ down.
They're pushing my body to get my gun, I assume.
I'll find you.
How did I not hit him once?
Mark.
Oh, I know, you have
Mark
time.
4.
One enemy remaining.
He didn't notice. He could... Oh, he's gone.
Oh, I didn't have any.
Let's go, Lando.
Nice,
Good
guys.
job, guys.
Wingman's defusing.
Let's go, Wingy. Let's go, Wing boy.
I ran out of bullets.
Sana.
Get
Oh, yeah,
violent.
he's
My
better.
little guy did it.
Pretty.
Match point.
Match point.
Yo, we are so close.
By request. You pushed your mic.
Oh gosh.
Oh.
Stay focused. Where are you?
Oh, that's wild. They're all here.
Multiple. Shit on.
Bring them down.
We walked in.
I'm pushing. I don't care.
Bet.
Take hold.
Gecko's 1 HP.
Bring them down. They're blind with fear.
Oh, they're so back there.
One enemy remaining.
We have no clue. He
Spike
ulted.
down A.
Turn up.
He ulted to A. He ulted to A. I saw his ult.
Oh, okay.
I'll find you.
So he's not. Fuck.
He
He's
ulted A.
amongst us.
He did.
He's
I
coming
must have
window.
canceled. I died before I could see.
No, he must have ulted to A and then walked away.
Nah.
Last player standing.
No, 117. Close right.
Yeah, we won't even know. Oh.
Defenders.
Oh my god.
They lost.
That whip was scary. I thought he had you.
Fuck my life.
Nothing but skill.
Pure skill.
GG.
Catherine? Never heard of her.
Holy fuck. That was close.
Whew.
Tools carrying.
Tools is the carry.
Money for fun.
New Spectre, let's go.
That was very intense.
I don't know.
No, well, that's so horrible, guys.
Bulldog.
I don't know.
Y'all,
Guess.
y'all are sleeping on the bulldog, I swear.
I can't use it.
The
The bulldog, no, the
easy.
bulldog's great.
I use the bulldog. It's good.
I love the bulldog. It's dog time, bro.
Oh no.
It's just like not cheap enough for like. It's just better to buy a bandit when you have that.
I'd rather buy the marksman though.
The marks.
I have the money.
The marshal.
Or the guardian. Shit. Fuck.
Oh, guardian.
Wrong game. My bad.
I'm not good at the
Chat,
lines,
y'all
like
go
snipers yet.
crazy. That was intense,
Me
not gonna lie.
neither.
That was very intense.
But I like rifles.
Match
I'm
found.
not good at it in this game for some reason.
You have to like stand still. It's just busted.
It's
Can't
'cause
crouch
with a
to
sniper,
have-
you have to literally stand still and then flick really fast. It's horrifying.
I get whatever I want. I do whatever I want. I spend a little money for fun. Tools.
Coming live from the.
But do the
No.
same thing. Have your clone plant.
I'm popping it. Put
Run
the
it.
front.
So say clone? Did someone say clone? Clone?
Yeah.
What do you?
Actually worse with the
Someone say clone.
Hey, what the
Who said clone?
Enough training.
My ears. I need to get different headphones, or maybe I just should stop wearing headphones. My ears hurt.
You should just-
Same.
I want to get some HyperX earbuds. Like I'm not even kidding.
I was gonna get
hate wearing a headset.
the which one was I gonna get? Let me see.
Especially with my TMJ too. Like
What the fuck?
I was gonna get the Asus ones. The Asus ones are pretty cheap. They're like $80.
They're just earbuds?
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
That's a
Wireless
send that to me
though.
too.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's some good Photoshop. Let me say.
Homework done, good
Actually
sir.
looking into
Yeah,
some-
Wait, which
Leo.
ones?
So awesome to
Asus
catch the dub. Thank you so much.
Yeah, she said they're like $80.
Thank you so much for the lyric. Yeah, let me send it to you. Give me 1 second.
Oh, these names.
Thank
They're-
you, mother.
They're semi-normal. Mother.
Little goalie.
Oh, are they
Little
like
goalie in the cut.
Bluetooth?
Yeah.
Cube and water.
Whoa.
Little goalie.
That's my guy, boy.
And then
I know the
D-Day
settles.
Drew.
Yo, what up,
Who
Logo?
are these people?
D-Day Drew.
Yeah,
Water.
Turtle.
Hit it. Tell me, cause I.
Cube in the cut.
I forgot that we all had the same banner
Just
and things, so
kidding.
like we look so cute right now.
Yeah, and your book ended by me and bread.
Yeah.
Tell me, cause I. You might have passed out.
But why don't you have Piggy?
Almost passed out. Go night night.
Hmm.
Go night night. Go sleepy.
What's this? It's another Instagram thing. I don't have an Instagram account. Why do you keep
The
sending me
thing
these?
about those though, like
Funny.
Kimchi, I don't like the squishy part. It always makes my ears feel like itchy or something. I don't know.
Oh, you can just purchase a
My
different one
pen
and,
gets
and
so
put like a
many
the
red
foam or
marks.
something.
Where did my Van
Oh,
go?
Sin,
that's the worst.
Yeah,
do you hear me?
you can purchase the
Like the
something
foam
and then
ones
get the
or
foam.
some? Yeah, you can purchase different ones and just switch it
Oh.
out. Mhm.
Kippy?
Yeah.
Right there.
What's up?
Right there.
Me when I
Right
me when
there.
I see Nala.
Got it. That is not the same.
Trippin' for.
Dizzy's up.
Brem's to the right, and then someone's in this like on the other side of the side.
Give me a second, I'll read them.
Somebody come tree. Somebody come tree with me. I need help.
I'm sorry.
Buddy.
Doesn't see anybody.
I was watching flank.
You're fine. You're fine. Just watch the side so my feet.
Dizzy has targets.
I'm watching
peeking.
back.
I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm looking.
Watching.
Dad,
I don't know why, but I love playing an ISO ult because I can
Watch
absolutely
right, watch
knock the
right,
shit
son.
out of 'em.
have you left?
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Yo!
Good work.
Sorry.
It's
You
the
just killed
flanker.
2? Holy shit.
He's in the back. He's
Yeah,
in my
yeah,
tripwire.
Got it.
I also
I
have.
couldn't get dizzy. No.
Yeah, you just walked through. I got him. He took out my.
Cypher
He took out
IQ.
my. Took out my camera.
You got this kid.
Get him, wingman.
Bro, and I can't even clip that.
Get him, boy,
Jones,
get
clip
him.
it. Jones, clip it.
Lando took it from me. It's fine.
You want more?
What?
Can I
Sorry,
clip from my
buddy, it's
computer?
over.
Let me know, I took what?
Nothing.
Meaningless.
No, you
Might
got
as
10
well
minutes.
give them to me.
No, I don't.
The kill.
What am I clipping? I don't know. That's Sin's. I don't know what she wants to clip.
Later, look at me.
I got a double headshot, bro. No, it's not gonna. It's not long enough. No.
Dog, you look like you're reaching for something, or like your knee got hurt.
You got the clip. Jones, you're supposed to clip my double headshot. I didn't
Yeah,
buy.
imagine not clipping
Focusing.
that for her.
I wasn't
Jones.
spectating her at the time.
Jones.
There's a person there. Nice.
Making cover.
Tools, can you heal?
I got you.
Thanks,
Going
Lana,
tree.
Lana. I swear to God, if you drop my ult.
He's right there, left.
It's a bounty, not.
No. Behind Sky. Gecko.
Ow.
Yeah. It's right there.
Plant.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
shit, yes, right
Okay,
side.
Sky's last. Left and mid. Low gold.
What?
Spike down A.
from right there, where Kimpy's looking behind that box.
Spike.
Damn. Nice.
You did good.
Nice ears.
Shit, you right back. Jones, come on. Literally, this is what I pay you for.
Hold your celebration.
You counted up money
We're
for
not
fun.
done yet.
You pay him?
No, I don't. I don't.
And I'm doing this for free?
Bread,
saving up
no,
for VIP
bread,
this week.
not free.
Wait, I'm getting paid.
Wait, you pay me?
In my time. Holy shit. Do you forget
Wait, you
everything
say
all the
you-
time?
So you don't enjoy being around me? Is that what you're saying?
I pay you with my time.
So that means you.
My
obligate
time
yourself
is
to be around me.
very, very expensive, you know?
Okay, then go beyond your house.
Just got sniped
All
right in
right.
the head.
I mean, are you happy whenever you pay somebody?
I don't know what the hell she was doing.
Whenever you give someone a ton of money, are you happy about it?
Spike down A.
I was gonna try and click. Boom.
Show me
Oh fuck, I'm sorry.
Making cover.
Hey, one of those guys is fake.
Got the
Got
spike.
in run.
Two.
Reloading.
Someone is B.
I have a trap wire set up in the back, so if they come, we'll hit them.
He pushed in. No, he didn't.
One
I
enemy
lied.
remaining.
Red pop off. Better. Thank you for following.
Where were the last few checks I sent? They
They're in the mail.
since you didn't
Pending.
pay your sub quota,
Oh,
there.
that is crazy.
Since you didn't pay me, I'm not paying you.
Well, you see, you did get a check, but then you know, like all the
They got lost
employee
in there.
benefits got taken out and taxes.
Damn.
actually ended up
We
with
know how
$0.
that feels.
Sub quota.
Sin made it go through every single state so that it gets hit by every single tax rate. Now it's $0.
Yeah, since I don't know what state you live in, Jones, I just like made it up.
No distraction.
I got one feed.
She addressed it to yes.
Fuck.
Spike down A.
Let's go, Kimchi.
You can grab that sentence.
Contract complete. I have retrieved the spike.
Icer should have some sort of advantage in this. Like,
He does. He has 2 walls.
for like a split second, he can see farther. So what?
One enemy remaining.
They're both back here. Last one's
Spike
back
down
there.
A.
Focusing.
Damn rigged.
Using double tap.
Fuck.
Got the stop.
Last player standing.
Oh.
Spike down A.
He's like way back. He's back on, like, here, right?
Teammate.
I have the spike.
No fucking way he saw me. No way, right? Or was he close?
Maybe he walked up.
He was right. He was right here.
He saw that from.
Good advice.
No, he was standing. He was standing right here.
I think he walked
there.
up.
No, I think he was standing at
there.
this corner.
No, because you can see more. Because like this
Over
is where
there.
you jump to tools. You can see it. The spike
Yeah,
is
so
here.
if
Yeah,
He
you can
was
hella
sitting-
see it.
he
Everything.
was sitting in this corner, he was right. If he was right here,
You
then
wanna,
Didn't think
you wanna
about
try
it
something
like
new?
that.
Yeah.
Over
Yes.
That
there.
made it
Yes,
seem like he was like
really.
sitting like right there.
he was whenever he
Here.
killed
Me.
Gimpy.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Shit.
Focusing.
Watch box,
Yeah,
watch
that's-
box, that right box. Careful, check it.
Cutting their vision.
He's in the
What do you-
smoke.
I'm doubling, I don't care.
He's
We're
not
gone, we're on, there's one on. Planting. For mound.
Show me a target.
Help, get on.
I hit him 40. ISO.
Spike planted. My ult ready.
We're fine, it's planted for mound. We just play time.
It's
We
you
watch
and
them spawn.
me.
He missed.
He missed.
Oh, you're that.
And Brim.
Nice. Just play for mound. Bombs planted.
One more.
Guys right there.
I've got your trail.
Detained. No?
No hit.
Last player standing.
Care.
fuck? Why did that go like
Busy on
that?
targets.
Oh, nice try, nice try.
I aimed it for inside and it just went straight in front of me.
You hit the wall.
Can't believe I got a double
Yeah,
headshot.
it bounced off
and
the
it just,
wall.
like,
Maybe.
will
it was
never be
concussed,
seen
I think
again.
so.
Same old tricks.
If you get concussed, you start getting dizzy, and then your shot's gonna go wonky. So I'm thinking Wingman could have like gone off to the side a little bit.
It wasn't me.
Okay.
It was Dizzy. Get it right.
Stupid
Dizzy could have gone off to the
contingency.
side.
Wow,
Sorry.
dude.
Pull him out real quick. But Dizzy
Sin
quick.
stealing hard-earned money from me?
Sorry, sir.
Crazy.
I've never stolen a single thing in my life. That's facts.
Have you also
Don't
never
steal.
lied in your...
No, I lie all the time.
Oh, shit.
Did you just lie?
No, I did not.
Did you just lie again?
I don't steal.
Hmm.
Not that I can see. I'm gonna peek.
Yep, I'll hold.
Yeah, no one's here. It's clear.
I'll fight for long here.
We're fixing a pop door. You ready? Watch.
There.
Okay.
Okay.
But they have no reason to. It's playing on B. Why are we over here?
Nice. Okay.
Guys,
B.
why are we over here?
Oh my
No way.
Fucking...
Enemy remaining.
God.
On me,
player
ISO.
standing.
Care
Safe
as a
hard.
Bucky. Just play for bomb. Yep.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, the bulldog. I lied.
At least she honest there. See, Jones.
If I
gets-
may, I'll go in first. Thin out their numbers.
But you also
guys-
pay him.
You're so right. You're so right too.
Can't believe either of you.
You could just like bribe him just now. I'll give you a raise from -$2 to $1.
Yeah, 0 times 0 is 0.
No. 0 times 1 is still 0. Nah, man. She got him a.
Show me a target.
Where's the target?
She multiplied his salary by 0.25.
Wait, why do I have this spike?
Sage
I'm
is
going
mid.
tree.
Sage is
You
mid.
will not kill my allies.
Good to know.
Site clear.
Planting for tree.
Come on, I win.
The tree was not clear. 52.
You okay? You facing?
Tripwire
Didn't
destroyed.
shoot that.
Yeah, just peek it.
Yeah, I know. It was.
Careful now.
Last player standing.
No,
That's a
send me
clone.
8. I should have just waited.
So ass.
Oof.
So ass. So ass. So ass.
Fine.
Yeah, Jones, you actually lose money working for me.
If they mess with one of us,
Except
they
you
mess
don't
with
even
all
work
of
for
us.
me.
Just trying to cover it up. Trying to cover it up.
Okay.
Should we start
I'll
appointment?
full
Should we start
buy so I
appointment papers right
can.
now?
Oh. How far
I
does
need to see
this
some
go?
appointment papers.
Oh shit.
Hey.
This goes far. Okay.
What? Your ult?
Yeah.
Your ultimate ability?
Mm-hmm.
I also have my ultimate ability.
Ultimate ability is charged. I too.
Do I want to
possess that ultimate
save
ability.
it for like a
Everyone's like
moment
tools.
or?
That's not ultimate ability.
Linda, you could have just said I too have
Focusing.
my ultimate. Kidding
Dude, she's like negative.
Where is
Oh,
everyone?
negative? You mean like Jones's pay?
No distractions.
I missed.
Watch that.
That's the spike, Wings.
Get me the
No, he
hell
got
out
me.
of
He
here.
got me.
Show me a target.
I fell for it. I fell for it.
What the hell? You saw that, right, Lando? Is anyone watching me? On tools?
I wasn't.
Saw you on the map.
I didn't know Lando was still alive.
How am I
You're
so
finished.
bad? 48.
Breaking down.
One enemy remaining.
Fuck, I was
Last
shooting the
player
wall.
standing.
Dizzy's up top. Somebody's there.
Nice.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Back to me.
I gotta collect him.
Sana, sana.
Uh-oh.
What do we worry about fighting ourselves? Thinking out loud.
Gotta run! He's gonna die!
Oh.
Exactly.
Hey, Gamal. Good morning.
It's dog
Good night.
time, y'all. It's dog time.
Good
Look at that
night.
dog.
Yeah, I'll play.
It's
That's
dog
a nice
time.
dog. That's a nice dog.
Dog time.
Yalla.
Yalla, yalla, yalla, yalla, yalla.
Machina.
I think we just run knives out.
Show me a target.
Try and knife him.
Yeah, I think that's the best plan.
I like this plan.
By the way, so earlier, whenever I said who is this, it was you.
Claire?
Slay.
I came across you on TikTok. It was like, do you know this person?
Are you serious?
Focusing.
Yeah, it was like, you might know this person. It's because I follow
Not enough.
So it was like, you have 2 mutual friends.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
There's one in there.
I saw that. You know what we can do? We
Both
can,
swing?
we can end this game.
Fuck.
Blinded.
Sorry.
One more.
Like, Sky hit 120.
Watching the doors.
They're both there. They're both in there.
Notice how the,
I've
Kimchi,
got
notice
your
how the
trail.
moment we get separated, we both die.
Yeah,
Just
don't
saying.
separate from me.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
my 70.
Oh, you're dead.
I don't think they got it though.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they didn't. Let's go.
We stalled for long enough.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
So close. Very close.
Nice.
I was close.
So close. Very
Point
close.
2.
I'm telling you, it's that dog in me.
You mean the dog in your hands?
I
or
need
what-
this. Both.
Or are you just physically a dog?
Is that? Wait, never mind. I'm not gonna make that joke.
Is
Wrong.
your brain active a dog?
BRB for sure.
It is the right. It is the right.
You playing Deadlock?
I-
No, I'm playing
well,
ISO.
Now with Kenfu streaming, it's not the right route.
Oh, I understand now. I think I know what joke you're gonna make.
Yeah.
I'm playing ISO.
No one bought me, so I guess I'm playing Bulldog. again.
Okay.
How
does that- the dog in
Show
you.
me a target.
Is that? Never mind.
Just say me the joke at this point.
It's you and me.
Spike down.
Burmy, Burmy.
And with the stimmy.
Ice Kimchi.
It's got
Last
to be.
player
For sure.
standing.
Oh.
Bruh, you guys gotta protect me.
We were all dead.
How'd you all die?
Then
They
from
peeked.
Stress.
Y'all die.
My body's just gonna be there.
Yeah, you gotta use it like
Stressful.
a phoenix, though, you know?
Yeah.
All right, it's Bucky time.
Bruh, I out ISO the ISO.
Hey,
I'm
hey,
so
hey, I have a
broke.
gift for you. Sin,
What?
you got the dog in you.
Oh, it's a cool dog. Thanks for the dog.
I'll need one more for my ult. Okay, bye.
Enemy C.
Who likes cold dogs? Come on now.
Saw you, Mosh.
That's the fake
Sorry.
guy.
That's your fake, then.
Fuck.
I lost the dog.
No, ignore that.
It wasn't real. It wasn't real. That's fake.
Last player standing.
That, I've never said that.
God.
That is so fucking
Wow.
cool, dude. Holy shit, I love that.
That was
What? Us
crazy.
getting dead?
All in 1 second? Yeah. I'm back. It got cold. Why you're so cold?
Alright, guys, you
Did
know
you
what
get
I
a
think
jacket?
that we do?
Come
Last
on.
round before
Yeah,
the
it's
switch.
an agent.
Hard rush.
It's that last round.
Hard rush B.
Oh, I'm broke.
Fuck. I'm broke too.
You know what?
Sin, let me have your Phantom. I'll give you mine.
Oh, okay.
Aww.
It's right there.
I guess I just full.
This works
Kimchi and
every
I
time,
are broke
trust.
Together.
Trust
It
this works every
does.
time.
It does. It does. Good luck. It's good luck.
Good luck, good
Look at these
luck.
rich. Look at these rich guys right here.
Never mind.
It's in $1,000.
No distraction.
Those
Oh.
are ours, right? Yeah.
After you said.
Shadows traveling. Focusing. Wingman's planting. Spike sticking. Thanks, little man.
Thrash is ready.
Help! Help! Help! Help! Help! Help!
Help where? Help where? Help where?
Everywhere.
Ah, found you.
Oh,
Ooh,
Yoru
shit.
and ISO.
Making cover. B.
Yoru, ISO, Sage, and. Defusing.
Pink spike.
Last player standing.
They walled me. They walled my dead
There's nowhere
Alright, there's
to go. That was crazy.
Alright, no.
Sin is now in the air.
Phasma? I don't like playing Phasma. I'm currently working outside in shorts. Why don't you put on a jacket?
Switching sides.
Look at his jacket.
We got 6 rounds on him.
Instinct
That was
only goes
good.
so far.
That is not math.
Oh, okay.
Sorry guys, I'll
We're
pick
up
it up.
6. We're up 6. We're up 6.
Yeah, we're up 6.
Tools, where do you want to
I don't
go?
expect you to do good.
Okay,
Rand,
I'll
on the
do.
other hand.
I'll go B.
I can go B if you want to go C.
Sin,
Okay.
why aren't you carrying like normal? Why aren't you
I'm
carrying
sorry,
like
I'm
you always
sorry,
do?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry,
Brev,
I'm sorry. I'm
you
sorry, I'm
carrying?
sorry.
Your back hurt?
Not really.
No? Damn.
I mean, you're there carrying like almost a half the weight.
I thought you were saying you're there.
I did do back and bicep today.
Sin. It keeps you actually negative weight. She's like a bully.
Show me a target.
They're all there.
Cover going out.
Go, go, go, go, go, go, go, go, go.
I'm
Oh, or-
going. Loud. Yeah.
They're going B?
They blinded my
Holy
camera.
crap, I'm 22 HP.
I'm gonna peek. Hang on, hang on,
Yeah,
hang on.
they're all here.
I didn't see.
Which one was real? Did you see which Yoru was
Oh,
real?
middle. Holy shit.
Yoru on
Oh,
side's
your
fake.
toes.
My toes are.
Spike planted.
I can't see.
Say just no more. Sky's up there. Sky's upper. Sky.
enemy
Sky.
remaining.
Yep, Sky's bot.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Haven.
Let's go.
Nice.
Diffuse.
That was a good trade.
Diffused.
Where is it? Where is it? Oh.
We don't know. There it is.
I found
Nice
it.
shot.
That was a good
Not bad,
trade.
yeah.
Oh shit, that was such a good trade.
I know, this is a very unflattering angle.
Spike diffused.
Dizzy's up top. Exploit their bad choices and they'll question the right ones.
No, he's there for emotional support.
You see that echo? Oh,
No.
it stopped.
No, it peaks your mic. Why do you have one?
This is stressful. Okay.
Wrong.
Please,
Incorrect
please.
answer.
But I need to turn that down.
No one's on C. No one's on C. No one's on C. All right.
No,
all
we're
my
fine.
utils
be there,
on. All
I'll
my
be there.
utils on B.
Oh shit. I'm coming.
On my way.
Help needed.
There's so many.
You guys got it. All under control. I can't see my eyes. I have turned
Oh my
eyes.
2-5.
Shadows traveling.
Making cover.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Hop off.
Holy sh.
Last player standing.
It's right there.
Rotating.
Probably.
I don't know. I still hear
No?
footsteps.
Breaking door.
Bringing door together, rotating. Going C. I see the door open.
Spike planted.
Still blind.
before. Mound. Oh.
That was unlucky.
He
Damn.
flanked.
Did he flank? I
One of
thought he
my
was.
cameras is
I thought he was right here.
Right there.
He was, because I heard him walking. Because after he shot me, I heard him walking through hall. We can look afterwards. But we're not gonna remember. We can look afterwards. Well, we ain't gonna.
Alright, I'll stay C soon. That way we're not going back and forth.
Incorrect answer.
It's much longer than that, but I like to just cancel it as soon as possible. Makes it funnier. Oh, I digged him!
Focusing.
I'm leaving. I'm quitting.
Careful now.
Hard B.
Where was that?
Oh, yeah. All B.
Camera taken out.
I have gifts. Watch this.
Except for the
Sin,
mod
watch out.
here.
Your trail.
Stealing sight.
We good.
I can't
Can't see shit.
They're flashed on my left and right.
I'm also flash.
Oh, 48.
Where am I?
So they're all still long.
Speak with me? With you?
One enemy remaining.
They're still long. Sorry.
He has a shield up. He's almost
Team
in.
A.
Nice.
Let's go, Sid.
Good job.
Let's go, Sid.
Dizzy,
Grab
come here.
the phantom. Grab the phantom. Grab the phantom.
They will stab you.
I was trying to pick up Dizzy.
She was too busy admiring Dizzy. Come on. Give her a break.
Oh gosh.
But it's free.
Two of them can buy. Well, one of them will buy because it's well, Yoru has $6,700, so he will.
No. That's why he's memeing, dog. He's memeing.
This guy probably will. Yeah. Obviously.
Oh, I'm on my way, Brad. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah, yeah.
late. Oh.
We're fine. We're good. We chilling.
Where is
so
here? What
A,
does here mean?
A.
Yes, very much.
Did you beat a Marshall with a Spectre from long range?
Don't ask questions, dog. I'm just better. Okay.
Clearly.
Show me a target.
Cut off there. Coming up there slightly.
I don't know which. Oh, fuck.
Oh, it peaked that fast. The smoke cannot cover anything.
I'm gonna press the button, yeah?
Fuck.
If you want to.
Yeah.
Better. Door.
I just popped door.
No,
That was kimchi.
Oh!
Where's Spike?
Spike
It's in the door.
No distraction.
Both still back.
Damn.
I protect your body.
Enemy remaining.
Better can be.
She's better. Look, I got
Fuck
you. I got
yeah,
you.
baby. Let's go.
I got
That's
you.
my
I got you.
duo.
Yes.
I'm ready.
Oh,
Didn't use the
shit.
Deb, I totally didn't grave rob you.
You did what now?
大丈夫。
No.
僕最強
Thank you
だ
for
ね。
hydrate.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Did I drop that gun instead of sell it? I did sell it. Weird.
It'd be cool if you could break
Oops,
door
sorry.
before the round started.
You can, but it's
Ooh!
bugged. It's a bugged way of doing it.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Brad.
It involves the door, a particle accelerator, and a battleships.
It's gonna be C.
And $3,200.
Yep. What do you think a particle accelerator is?
Making cover.
How much it costs? Oh, that's my one.
No, do you know how fast an Odin shoots? Come on, it's clearly a particle
Destabilizing.
accelerator in disguise.
Show me a target. Breaking them.
Oh, 40 on Sage.
Sage is in
You
there.
will not kill my
One
But I
enemy
will.
remaining. Spike down. C.
Nice. Plant spike. Plant spike.
This ISO does not like to use its
Oh,
own.
spike, guys. Guys, plant spike.
Pick up the
What?
spike, pick up the spike, pick up the spike.
Forgive me. Old habit.
No time, run, no time. Why are you defusing? Stick.
God. Water. Spelled backwards. Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna pick that? Cool.
With the cam, yeah.
Retta. Retau.
I'm playing this side then.
a quick peek.
Yeah,
It's
I'm not
you
seeing
and
shit.
me.
Yeah, I'm not seeing nothing. Nothing, A.
Ka?
B.
Sa?
No.
Wait, what?
Destabilizing.
Nobody's here.
Ka, ba.
Where did they just smoke?
B. Or A lane.
B. They're still in
Ba.
their spawn.
Ba.
Res me?
Yeah, I got
Red?
this bud.
Res me? Tools, Sage
there's
is in
one
the
here.
mid.
Oh my god, wait, ISO's on A site? Question mark?
ISO's in hell? Question mark.
Oh fuck. One close side B right here.
Spike
Oh, sorry, that
down.
was
B.
ISO.
One enemy remaining.
Good job.
Nice. Grab a gun if you don't have one.
I don't have a gun. I don't have a gun.
I don't have a gun. Shows us the gun.
Anybody have a cool Phantom skin?
Bro, it's like
Yes. Yes, I
It's
do.
like that. It's like the meme, bro. Going into. Oh
Yeah,
no!
buddy.
My AirPods. I dropped my AirPods.
Thank you. Wow.
You're
Hey,
so tall.
hey there. This is like us meeting in real life.
Oh my god. Dead.
Who's next?
I need this
Show me a
self-raven
target.
laugh. I just have to be like really dehydrated.
They're all
Hey.
C. Or at least
Not
3
the
C.
Yeah, they're all here. They're
They
pushing
walled
that.
again. They walled that. No?
Oh, she heard me coming. I lost the Phantom.
Spike
I
planted.
lost the kids.
Oh no.
I sent you a meme on Instagram.
Who?
Cover going out.
I sent you a meme on
It's
Instagram.
you and me.
I got 1v1.
Last player standing.
Lando's here, right?
No way, bro.
buddy. Up you go.
That's my last.
Nice try, nice try.
Hey, I have a
Sage was on
question.
your right. What's up?
Why are you the best at 1v1s?
I don't know. I just
Can bring a
anticipate the
snap.
person a lot.
Like,
Maybe.
I says
Um,
1v1s,
snap.
you destroy them.
I
Okay, I
anticipated
just
a
need to point
lot.
this out. The Sage took a bath in the fire.
I saw that.
So I don't know if you guys caught that, but there was definitely a bath being taken.
It's
in
probably
there.
because I practice headshots only.
Good point.
I don't do body shots.
And I don't think anyone does.
Yes.
We shouldn't push this. We're gonna try it again.
I got smoked. Oh shit! I need help.
Blinking. Come with.
Yeah, let me get this
Yeah,
ult so I can get my ult.
My
So
ult
I
is
can
ready.
1v1.
Fuck up their ISO, bro.
62.
Oh, 3 and 3, 3 and 3.
Your toes!
We respect that
Spike down.
Dude,
A.
what is
They probably ran through and grabbed it while you weren't looking.
Right
Over
there.
Last player standing.
one right, one door?
Oh fuck!
Don't do that.
Oh yeah, because then as soon as you got back up, they would have
Yeah.
like, what it was.
They're just batteries. And I need a recharge.
Oh, I
if
don't
that-
have
if that ever
anything.
If that ever happens, like if I get hit with an ISO ult, I'm just gonna jump around so that he can't hit me and just have my teammates go grab him. It's like a Phoenix ult in the 1v1. You almost never do it.
Angie.
I think if no one dies at the end though, that the both
Yeah,
both players
both die.
So
Well, yeah, just buy as much time as you can if it's a 1v1.
Focusing.
Oh, right.
See?
Mind,
Yeah.
you mind if I smoke this? Pushing.
running, what?
The base keeps running, and running.
Show me a
running.
Spike down.
That was a lot of pressure.
Yeah, you bad?
Dizzy's up.
I was gonna shoot anyway.
What's that?
My ultimate is ready.
Can I get a heal? Linda?
One enemy remaining.
Nope, I'm dead.
He's back left.
Nice.
Double P.
Another Vandal. There's a Vandal heaven right there.
Any skinned? Any skinned? Any skinned? Oh.
Match
No.
point.
I didn't say it
If
was
you were
skin.
saving your energy
They
for
had
the
your
end,
skin.
I need a gun.
No,
Thank
Yeah,
you.
my skin.
Thank
Oh, damn,
you.
I'm 4 now.
Sky had your skin.
Wait,
I
did
can
you
buy
need?
her.
Yeah, I can
can
do
buy
that.
Vandal
her.
or Phantom.
I need
No,
a
I didn't
gun.
have to buy. I didn't have to buy anything.
No, I have $50.
Oh. Thank you, Red.
You're
Dog
welcome.
Can we play back?
Red has 50
Can we
bucks.
play back instead?
I went for broke
You wanna
because
peek?
there ain't no reason I'm going home.
Okay.
Okay, so you don't.
Is he up,
Spike down A.
or-
No.
You will not kill my allies.
Is that fear that I hear?
Hey, Yoru, Sage is in the bag. She took out my cam.
I got the sages in the
That was a fake Yoru. That was a fake Yoru.
I know, I'm sorry.
Brim, 140.
Spike down A.
Fuck. Up, down.
One enemy remaining.
Yes.
Defenders win.
Let's go.
I did this to make you proud.
Let's go, Lando. Let's go, Lando.
Got you. Get him.
Angie, why? Why? I don't have
Good
any
game, guys.
As I play and study and watch
Everybody
two
played really
streams.
good.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Are
Yay!
you studying and like you just like stop and
I'm so
watch both
good,
streams at
guys.
once? Let's go, Kimpy.
You ever
Hard
study
carry?
and then just like
Not.
come play Valorant?
Yeah, my back hurts a lot. I'm just kidding.
Here, no, Kimpy.
Wow. Wow.
Carry. Can be carry.
Kimchi,
Yeah, I got my one
What?
every round, apparently.
Understands.
Alright, you got what you wanted.
Yes.
Stand up.
No, it works for me because I'm built different.
Bet.
Where's my water? Hang on.
When do we
Remember, I
get
need you to
Gur?
become picky.
Where's Gur at?
I freaking love Gur.
I know, I want it. Ugh, it's so far.
I'm not chugging the bottle.
Wait, Sin, did you get your wisdom teeth pulled yet?
Yeah, I have. Why?
Oh. My TMJ went away with my wisdom teeth.
Oh well, I like. So my TMJ is like goes hand in hand with like me just having really bad stress,
Hmm.
and like so I grind my teeth really bad.
Okay,
I
but-
did too. Have you
Like,
bought
I grind
a?
it through my retainers and stuff,
What?
and every time I grind too hard, like it hasn't been as bad recently, but when I put headphones on,
Match
you know how it like,
found.
sits on your space,
Yeah.
like that hurts after a while. It's a lot better now, but
Mine is my glasses cutting into my ear from being pushed in from my headset.
Ooh.
Fucking sucks.
I'm also wearing glasses right now, but I usually don't.
Uh,
I just started like I wore glasses last night and I'm wearing them now because I'm not streaming and no one will see me. Also thought about making myself a potato VTuber.
Yeah, do
Potato.
it. VTuber or PNG?
No, my face is just a floating potato.
Oh, you can do that with Snap filters.
Snapcam, yeah. I was gonna use that.
It's pretty easy.
Is Bind the one with the teleporters?
Yes.
I am both
I was
shield
just
and sword.
Kimchi, I was just looking at I opened up my browser and
Yeah.
I saw Fallman, Texas, population 7.
Bro, what is the
Yeah. But is mine with teleporters? I think it is, but I feel wrong.
Mhm.
My hair is making me really, really hot. I want to cut it all off.
Uh huh.
Do it.
Yeah.
That's why I cut it short all the time.
Go bald.
Get bangs.
No, that'll make.
Yeah, go bald with bangs.
Oh my, that'd be wild. My hair's just really thick.
I was saving my best poison for a special occasion, but
Maybe I can braid it.
all this way.
I can braid it real
You
quick.
want to go bald with bangs?
Yeah,
Have a
I'll do
lovely
it.
lurk.
I'll do it. Oh, thanks for the lurk, Fred. About time.
What?
I just braided my hair, even though it's really short.
You made me do this.
Ooh.
Have a lovely lurk.
Smooth.
Here.
Oh, thanks, Lando. Finally.
Yeah. I thought so. So do you want to flank?
Damn it, they baited me.
Spike planted.
Right?
Enemy removed.
Oh fuck, I had Dizzy out.
You fought well.
One enemy remaining.
3 down.
Where is she?
Just defuse and then cover.
This
Oh yeah,
is
she has
our
400
home.
ping, I believe him.
Oh,
Holy
damn.
fuck.
That's
Reload.
crazy.
400.
Let's go kill them all again.
That's like Jones ping.
Oh, God. Looter? Oh, not right now. I'm sorry.
And you make him spend money on you, bro's gotta buy a new router.
Bro, Jones has never spent a single penny on me. What are you talking about?
The new hair. Dude, my hair is so freaking. Oh, it's
so real
undone.
Yeah, but you say you give him a
It let
paycheck
go
of
on the other
$100.
side.
No charges left.
Every time I'm like, oh my god, this person's ping is so bad, Jones is
Here.
like, you think that's bad?
Watching here.
What's
Here.
this?
Here.
Oh God, they're
Here.
getting orb right here.
Tools, I believe in you. Nice.
Not even a new PC, not a new router.
Spike is here.
Spike down A.
Get bolt.
Fuck. They won't expect it.
Spike is here.
Somebody's there.
Oh.
Tools, if you can get to me, I can heal you. But I'm on spike though. You guys are
Spike is here.
pushing. Oh, Pander,
Okay,
thank you
Tools,
so
let's check out
much.
Dizzy, you run past. Okay, give me 10.
Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Got you.
For you.
W. Asleep?
Panda so
Alpha
ready.
male.
Yeah, Raid, thank you
Alpha
so
male with
much.
712 ping.
Sorry, it's pretty intense right now.
Shoot. I don't have the strength. I don't have the strength. Oh, there we go. I'll let you have that guy. I'll
Thank you,
let you have that
Han.
guy.
I appreciate you.
Oh, fuck, I need help.
Coming. Brad, you're muted if you didn't know. But if you did know, you're fine.
For how long?
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
That makes sense.
God damn. That was intense.
I don't want to right click that.
Sana sana.
3. Let me get him.
One enemy remaining.
I need Ace. Where's she at?
No, Ace.
Grab him. Get him.
Where's she at?
It's Yoru.
Oh, he.
Yeah, Sage.
Spike planted.
Oh yeah, it's happening.
y'all
Come
said y'all
on,
could-
boy. Where you at? He's behind me.
Yeah.
He's running around me and shit.
He left. He's not near
Showers?
I went through teleporter.
Just find him. No way.
me. Main.
I'm gonna get it to half.
I can flash him.
I just got it half.
Let's go. Nice.
Got him.
Let's go.
Honestly, the games are going really great. They're going really good.
You are,
Yeah.
Because only 3
That
people have
was
actually
worrisome,
subbed. The rest of them were all gifted. I have 18 subs going out now, and 7 of them were from Kimchi, 10 of them were from Joe.
Aww.
I know, and now I want to round it out and add 3 more, but we'll wait. We'll wait.
It's 2 more now. It's 2 more now. The thing is, like, Kimchi gifted me 7, and then Joe gifted her 10, and she was like, you know what?
You know-
Maybe I should. And then she just goes, never mind, Joe. I can't beat Joe. He's rich.
He would have never pulled through,
Yeah,
you
they're
know?
here.
I had to be like, hey, the Brebs first stream.
Shrimp.
They got
Here.
ult orb.
Here.
Hmm?
Ah, my head. Mi cabeza. Ignore how I said that.
You're
Spike
better?
again.
Spike down A.
Yes.
I missed. Go back up.
Oh, fuck.
You
I got the... I got the
almost kill
spike.
someone. Almost kills you.
Oh, that's wild. That's wild. You better...
Under this hold, I'm about to push them all.
I'll stay on this
One
side.
enemy remaining.
Hey, it worked.
Oh, nice.
As I say, Sage was
Good
together,
job.
too.
Hey, Lunar just got a sub. Wait, Lunar's watching you, right, Kimchi?
We are
Yeah.
too damn good at this.
Lunar, G-Bro gifted you a sub on my stream.
Oh,
You gotta-
hey, that's what's up.
Okay, it's 1 more now.
Hey!
Defenders win.
Wow, we're just so intimidating.
Calm.
And now Lumi just got one. It's...
G-Bro, dang, crazy,
Bro,
go crazy.
He evened it out. We're looking at 20 now. Thanks, G-Bro. Okay.
So,
Daddy energy is crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
Calm?
Mhm.
Y'all wild. Are we serious?
let's do
Yeah,
it.
we
Let's
got
do
this.
one.
He's done.
I've never even done one before. If
It's
we get
just
smacked.
one.
Is this what?
If we get smacked, we can go back to doing unranked.
It's up to you guys. I got an hour and a half left. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
Yeah, same.
Don't worry, we'll just kill Tools MMR.
I
it's
pressed all the
fine.
buttons.
Oh, I
It's
mean, we
okay.
can not. We can do unrated.
It's up to
can
you
do
guys.
one.
I like comp.
I like
I'm
comp
telling
too. I just want to win, so we all have to be locked
Daddy
in.
G-Bro 60.
We've been
water.
Alright, I'm
doing
coming to your
very
house,
well.
G-Bro.
No, I'm
we-
just
we've been
saying,
on a
yeah,
win
we
streak.
just need full comms because everybody else does full comms because we're a 5 and we're gonna get stacked against other 5s that are probably,
We got this.
you know, whatever.
It's easy. It's easy.
Well, you telling me you don't fool around in comp?
You gonna tell me you guys just don't
Fucking
hop in
random.
and like play around real quick with a comp game?
Yeah, like what?
Easy, friend. It's easy. It's free. Alright, that's too big. I gotta like even you guys out. There we go. It's a good size. For
Make
y'all.
me bigger.
You know what, Lano? You wanna keep complaining?
No, please, please, no. Don't sweep.
Kimchi's not even here. I opened my browser so I could look up Fushitech and I can move him around, but I opened up the Kimchi stream and she's not here.
She's muted.
Chair stream! Let's go, Jones. You're so right, man. Who doesn't love chair stream? Fujitech. Real.
Fake.
How dare you go against G-Bro? G-Bro's my guy, man.
You just said real. I'm just gonna say fake. It's always.
Are you asking me that? Are you calling me Brody? There he is, Wando.
Oh God. No, don't do it. Don't do it. What are you doing to me? Don't do it.
Why do you torture me this way?
Don't do
Man,
it.
screw this. Is taking too long.
It's gonna take a while.
You just keep whispering
Change
under
it to
it.
unrated. I also can't hear a single thing that any of you are saying.
Wando.
I'll be back.
What?
Here we go. That should work.
Oh my god, guys, I can't wait for my fucking french fries.
Don't know if
Ah, perfect. Perfect.
Don't need chair stream. Oh gosh.
No! Take me out of your corner!
He's still there. You're still at the bottom too.
Whoa, did
hang on,
someone
hang on.
say French fries? Yeah. I'm gonna get French fries in a second. Oh my god, what am I sitting on?
Lando is hilarious. Lando's just that guy, you know.
I am the background character, the comedic relief.
Hang on, I gotta do something real quick. There we go.
Did you make me the same size?
Okay.
I need you a little bit bigger so I can do this.
Top of myself.
Ah. So much is going on.
I have an outline now.
Do you notice anything about Lando?
Yeah. What? It's not even tracking my face. It's right here.
Zach Lando? What do you mean it's not tracking your face?
Yeah.
Is Haven the one with
3 sites.
3 sides?
And haven't let you take damage when you fall off. Well, I'll cover
Oh,
some
okay,
of
okay.
B is like with the window.
Alright, where's the fight?
This isn't comp, by the way. Kitty,
Yeah?
This isn't comp.
Yeah. I know. I saw. I can read. Sorry.
I have some
Well,
clips to share with
sometimes
you.
Tools gets confused.
I don't know if you
guys.
remember from
Sorry.
yesterday what the clips
we
were.
are
but-
an issue.
Is it like that?
Yeah, you're right, Lando. You got a point. You're right.
I also don't do the best job of telling people, like, this isn't a
Ranch or cool ranch?
No, Tools, you should have went sober. We could have had a full initiator.
Oh. Oh. That was my
I
neck.
don't play Bowman.
Guys, ranch or cool ranch, though?
Cool ranch.
Bowman.
Jokes like this for years.
Bowman's wild.
Bowman.
Where's my bread?
Bowman's
Oh, I pressed the wrong button.
You didn't drop it.
I pressed F
I've been
instead.
robbed.
I pressed F instead. I'm sorry.
I have nothing left except for Spider-Man.
Sometimes.
Automatically.
Oh,
Cool ranch?
oh,
Good-
your hair's
good
you
opinion, G,
whip
bro.
that hair back and forth.
Me?
Jones, clip that, or Jones, shout them out is expected every time. Yeah, it's okay. You're not a mod here. You can relax.
Jones, click that.
You know what, Jones? I'll never
Yeah,
Jones, I'll never ask anything of you ever again. Don't worry.
Yeah, Jones, you're actually not getting paid now, so you're relieved of your debt of having to
I
pay
need
her.
help. There's 3 here.
I mean, getting paid.
Rotating.
There's 3. I'm dead. 55 on chamber.
Don't peek that. Don't peek that. There's 3 in there. Fuck. There's one on my left and one on my right on C.
Man.
Spike
ISO's
planted.
there.
You little fucker.
Nice.
I'm scared to peek any further than that.
ISO? No,
I
I
don't have
can't.
any. I don't. Wait. Fuck. No.
Jones is a badass by default. He is.
Reina?
You saw her.
Last
Oh
player
fuck,
standing.
that was a jump scare. Holy shit.
I was waiting for you guys
Wasn't
to
your name on
come.
Valorant Tuli?
Huh?
Wasn't your name on Valorant Tuli?
No, it's always been Tools.
No, it's just from Tools, yeah.
It's Thule in Discord.
So true. That was my.
Reb, you left me.
Oh, I did. Did I?
Yeah.
Looks like
You left me.
Wait,
You
what gun do you
left
have?
me.
you
Imagine
looking at?
leaving
Find the
me.
weak point and
Wait,
break
what are you
it.
doing?
Making you go all
You
the way over
walking?
here.
Shoot! I'm like a dog. I've
Just
been
got sniped in the nose.
Don't say it like that.
Four, one long.
Above my treat?
You do it to me all the
Got
time.
hit now.
You're better?
Spike down.
One more.
Attacker spawn.
No. Spike's right there, by the way.
Sin is the best player in the fucking game.
Wait, why are you?
No, you gotta go crazy right here.
Last player standing.
Oh yeah, G-Bro, don't you like not have... You played through the original, and then you bought Miles Morales so you can play through Spider-Man 2,
Sit
right?
down.
In garage.
Spike planted.
Aw.
Oh, that's
Nice try.
slow fall.
Miles Morales is fun.
Holy
the
shit.
original Spider-Man's fun, and Spider-Man 2 is really fun. Those are three very
We
good
know what
games.
we
Why
do.
did you say
Trust
that?
each other and
please?
we'll be
As I wanted you
fine.
to clutch, giving you confidence.
What did he say?
He said Sin's the best player in the game.
Sin is just her, you know?
Damn, I can't get a fucking kill off right now.
Have you tried getting good?
Who?
What the fuck was that Mickey Mouse laugh?
Fred? Did you mean to say that, or?
No, Mickey
I
Mouse.
don't know.
Did you hear the laugh?
Did you try getting good?
Someone's there.
Izzy got somebody. Dixie on
Good
her
job,
head. Dixie on her head.
Oh hell no. Okay. Fucking
There's no
Cool
way
It
you just ate
Ranch.
that, but-
Last player standing.
No way.
Yo, we're
Easy-ish.
playing so split.
What do you mean? That's not that
Crazy.
easy. Sorry,
This
I-
isn't a split, this is Haven!
Wow.
Silly Kimpy.
They mess with
Wow.
They mess with all of us.
We got this. We got this. Alright.
Unfortunately.
They keep like
Unforeseen circumstances.
throwing U till A and then rotating C.
Actually, no, I'm not.
We're pushed up. We're like not even waiting for them to plant or anything.
Oh yeah,
I was
one
holding that
defense.
angle.
Yeah,
I
I
just
agree,
got
I
killed
agree.
with a better gun. I literally hit.
I
them
was
more.
holding that angle, I just got flanked.
That's a skill.
I'm roaming
You
because
want
I'm
to
right
play?
now. That
Let's
works.
play.
It does work.
I don't
I'm
see
just
anything.
KO.
I'm coming back.
Is that R?
What
Or
the
that-
B, B.
I didn't even hear a single bullet hit me. so
Bubba.
Good middle. Two mid.
C. One
Two
of
mid,
C.
Kimchi.
I'll take that.
Finished. Never
Push up.
Dead.
Keep going.
I'm good.
Mid courtyard. Right in front of window.
I'm just gonna wait on full plant. There's no way they
Spike planted.
fuck me. at
That's
mid.
A. Yeah.
My god, bro.
Man.
They're just running on us.
Go have and then submit you so that you go into the little dude. Oh boy.
I heard you 100 Peters. One's gonna be hell and one's gonna be back left. Oh my
One
god.
enemy remaining.
I almost sold.
Dismiss, hop down. That works too! Whose is just better?
Gun here.
Spectre.
Hit him with the fadeaway.
Both have
Marshall.
vandals.
They couldn't kill us. Now they're dead.
I need to breathe. Holy.
Mhm.
Ooh, that was my neck again.
I'm over here with hero. I can't play garage. I'll keep dying.
I was wondering why my room is so hot. It's 75 degrees in here.
Why?
I don't have any AC, so I have to go physically turn it down to
3A,
67 if I
3A,
want
3A,
it to be
3A. Been identified. 100%. Careful, one mid too. I don't know if they're slow walking, but I'm not peeking again.
I got it.
Two mid.
Okay, I start rotated back. They left, they're not pushing A.
Web, you didn't peek off. I hit him 50.
Nice.
Make you
Right
land
for
up.
you, Tub.
Ah!
Fuck.
Got the kill because of you.
Spike
I'm gonna turn the
planted.
AC real quick.
One down.
There's another heaven. Oh, they dropped.
Cutting their vision.
Got
One
one.
defuse, others protect.
Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
My
Yeah.
Nice, Kimchi.
Nice.
Do you need ult? Oh, you're too far. I'm sorry.
No, already has all.
Don't even
Sim
start
has.
that gun here. Gun here.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Accuracy. Ooh, that's a nice word. What the hell does that mean?
Accuracy?
No way she said it like that.
Yeah,
Am I
she did
fucking
say-
retarded?
Oh,
I was
not
about
that
to
word,
look that
tools.
shit
Not
up.
that word, tools. Not.
Oh,
Sin,
my
you're
bad, my
Sin,
bad.
you're
I'm
Sin,
sorry.
you're muted, by the way.
Naughty, naughty. Am I muted? I'm not, right?
No, you're not.
Okay, check. I didn't remember.
Oh, it's here.
C. I held them back. It's only ice on.
I hit him 120.
Don't worry, I got
So I win.
easy win.
Oh my god.
Spike planted.
It's you and me.
No freaking way.
Last player standing.
No way.
Damn.
I guess that is the shield.
I'll do my job.
Like inside his ult, it's like half a shield.
Yeah.
And he'll be ready for it. Like, he'll
Who's
have a good
better at
position.
C long? Cause I'm not right now.
I can't watch her.
I could be if you want me to.
I got web.
Okay. I sit heaven. I go for heads. I look at heads. I click heads.
You got this. I believe in you. Raise his garage.
I spike
Spike down mid.
Oh, two garage,
You should
chamber, and raise. They pull. They.
Watch the killjoy.
Last player standing.
Mm.
One enemy remaining.
Fire in the hole.
Nice.
Oh, Cage. I'm pretty sure Cage had Spike. She's right here.
Thirty seconds left.
Good job.
Nice job.
Good job.
The best you've got.
I was beaten
Good
out
job,
of my
Lando.
chest, dog. I couldn't think.
I could tell. I could tell.
Me gusta.
What? What?
What if we put two in garage? What?
I can't do
What if-
garage.
what if I
can't.
flash
I've
garage?
failed every
What if I
time.
flash
just
garage?
keep going there.
Yeah, you wanna do garage? I'll be if you do garage. They're playing split. I got Viper on me.
Viper got me.
You got a gun? Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Secret out.
No, I'm fine.
Found one. 3 for 3.
Spike down C. One enemy remaining.
Let's go.
Nice.
I just struck her into you.
Yes.
Healing Ocean.
I served her up, dog.
All of a sudden, I see this giant. Hello, Kaylee. See this KJ come flying out of garage.
Oh,
She tried to pee.
how are you?
Hey, Kaylee.
I'm
I just
starving right
realized that Lena
now.
was still inceptioning right now.
Keep them out.
What do I mean?
You're stacked on top of yourself.
No.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh my god, my stomach
You said I
is.
just said no.
You're stacked on top of yourself.
Say,
I am.
My
my screen,
stomach is
Remember? Oh,
growling.
Oh, we didn't talk about that. That's just my outline.
You're going good.
Time to hunt.
Most all of them.
Scout destroyed.
I think we've won it. All.
There's 2 in there. Oh, fuck.
Last player
Damn
standing.
it.
I think we won all.
Easy ace.
One of them was close though.
Spike down A.
Dead.
Spike planted.
Blinding. Flash out.
One enemy remaining.
Make it 4.
Welcome to my world.
Forever. Blasting.
Oh, so
Oh
close.
my god, bro.
That was so
Told you it was
close.
an easy ace.
The symphony of death.
fuck, man, I wanted him to win that. That was so
I know. That
You were
was really
so
good.
Close, bro.
Another
I
kimchi.
wanted him to
So
win.
bad.
You're a bit
I can't
sick.
clutch.
Oh,
I can't get a kill
sorry.
otherwise.
I'm sorry.
that
no
all?
joke. Yes, yes.
That was
absolutely.
3 of your kills.
How is SwitchCon, by the way?
7 kills. You had
How's
3 kills before
SwitchCon?
that. You were half of me.
And I got
You want
2
to
kills
play?
for a
Let's
clutch.
play.
I had 1 kill outside of that.
Taken out.
Thank you, Kimchi. I
Which
would
one is?
fucking die.
Thrash is ready.
I didn't mean to flash myself. Oopsies.
Sorry, I meant to say no one's here and then.
Oh, fuck. Sinna was like, wait, why are you not talking in Discord?
Spike down.
ISO's on the.
You didn't get anyone.
Ray's right there, close right.
Who?
One enemy remaining.
Shot her
Nice.
butt. That was sick.
Got her.
Bad. I didn't get a goat.
Their
I
lives
know.
are so meaningless.
Dude, I didn't get the ISO because Sin's name popped up on the side and I was like, who's talking in comms?
What are you setting for?
Oh wait, do you not hear me?
I hear you, but it's through the game, so I saw your name pop up in the game. Like the little gecko icon and everything. And I was like,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
the fuck?
Okay, sorry.
No. It just
I
it
was
just was,
trying not to disrupt the comms.
it was just funny because
You're
I was like,
We're disrupting our own comms. Sin, you're being the most serious one here. I don't know how you're disrupting us.
I got you.
Watch out, Bastion. 2 there,
I
2
got
there.
enemies. See.
Far garage.
I got one.
Got your back, Reina.
They're on C.
That's just crazy.
There's one more there. Or 2.
Good shit.
Both are long. Both are C long. That didn't go over.
I missed. Oh
Which
shit.
person you know?
Last player
Cross.
standing.
Oh damn. I don't know where the other guy went. Oh.
Found him.
Spike planted. One
Nice.
enemy remaining.
Did you ult?
1v1.
Please.
Yeah, it's gonna be really far.
Behind the
That's as
wall.
far as she goes.
Right here. Fine box.
Oh, you lied!
Oh, good try.
You're a liar!
Well, I thought if she was over there, you would have seen it with her ult.
You're a liar and a dirty
Last
cheat!
round in the half.
This is it. Get those guns.
Help a girl out, would ya?
Help a girl out, would ya?
Cheers,
Sure.
mate.
Thank you.
Help a girl out, would ya? Sorry guys, I should have
100%
clutched it for
Spider-Man.
us.
I'm looking at platinum right now. Let's go.
Cringe.
Alright, Tools, Tools, look at me, Tools, look at me. We got this. We got this.
I don't think
Me
you
and you.
understand. I wasn't
Me
paying
and you.
attention to the trophies
We're
before,
here.
and so I had to wait
We got
for
You
2
gonna flash or am I gonna
hours to
flash?
complete one trophy, which is 25 abilities. Symbiote.
Scout destroyed.
One garage.
Didn't see anything.
Alright,
Brandon's
Eventually.
gonna be waiting. No, we just chill.
Oh yeah, good luck on that exam. I know you had like
I'm gonna go back
2
on
last
back.
week, 3 last week.
Viper wall. See?
Fire in the hole!
No, Raze, you son of a bitch.
How?
Fuck, what? 80,
And they-
fuck, flank.
Sorry, I should have you were
Spike
clutching.
planted. Last player standing.
Guys, why does this keep happening to me?
Easy 1v4.
No, what?
Aw, the vulnerability.
Oh, true, true, true.
Hey, G bro.
We got this, we got this, we got
Switching
this.
sides.
What's up, Leo?
If I'm powered down, it's Sharpie. You leave me for scrap, I'll kill you.
Let's go, Gimpy.
Yes.
Why you no use all? You had all whole time. Whole time.
That's true.
I forgot.
You could have clutched one of them with your ult. Just
I
saying.
forgot.
Just saying.
Could have killed that Viper right there. I would have
Yep.
revived you.
Yep. Yep.
I forgot.
But goring isn't allowed.
Too bad. Why are we splitting up?
I don't
We
know.
need-
See you on the other side.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna fake B. I'm gonna peek B. Play for picks. Oh, what a pussy.
Somebody's there. Worthless.
Watch out. I can flash through this. Watch out.
No way! Oh,
Oh, behind.
that should have been.
No need to.
Garage.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Let's go, Tools.
Last one's not in sight. Plant that thing.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
he's in the back. I got him for 30.
You broke the shield.
You broke him, yeah. You flash.
Let's
Nice.
fucking go.
Better tools, better.
Don't sit down. We're not done
Nice.
yet.
That stage was thinking, by the way, dog.
Bad,
I
bad,
don't
bad.
think you understand how bad she was plotting. Yeah?
Bad.
Window?
Pretty even game.
Right?
I don't like that. Look at the box. Oh.
I would say so as well.
Oh, that's scary.
I'll make
Oh
Don't
god,
do
that's
that.
scary. The face that I put there was. Oh my god.
What face?
Still in sight.
It's a face.
Enemy
Chambers
spotted.
one.
Was it a face
middle.
all the time?
Watch out. Clear.
Flash
away.
Oh,
Guy.
Flashing?
expecting that.
AJ.
Hawk out.
Can you heal me?
I got heaven. Oh, no, I don't.
Cutting their vision.
Buried.
Can you heal me?
Oh, 60 ISO
Yeah, yeah,
backside.
sorry.
Heal up.
As soon as I look away from heaven.
Here.
Last
Fine.
player standing.
Heaven.
Oh, damn. I was just in a bad spot for it.
It was heaven and flank, yeah. Unlucky.
You should have played hell so that way you could.
Yeah, I
single
know.
out.
I was trying to rotate under, but I thought he was gonna jump and I'd kill him and Kimchi would kill right, but it came up weird. She dodged
Alright,
me.
see you later, G bro. Have a good night.
Woo.
Vibe check. We
Good
feeling
night,
good?
G bro.
Hope so. Hope so.
I can full buy next round.
Alright, see you soon, man.
We broke, boys.
Much love. We holla, we broke.
Can you hear this, Beb?
With the talking in the background? Then I guess what?
What?
Aguas, keep your guard up.
Hey.
If I pick up one hand at a time whenever I do this.
It just looks like you're like pulling your arm back to punch me.
Dizzy's
All
up
blind.
top.
Oh, my
Reloading.
my left
Healing
arm.
over here.
Because it like the grenade
Enemy
like.
spotted. C.
Reloading.
Right here on me, on me, on me.
Enemy spotted. C.
With you, with you. One over here.
Oh, Viper.
I'm rotating.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Better stand 100.
No. Nice.
No one beats you.
In a fair fight, I still kill you.
No.
You.
We do what
Hey
we
Lion.
do. Get back
Hey
to
Leo.
chill.
Lion? Leo?
Lion,
Leo!
Lion.
Good night, G bro.
Oh yeah. This guy just instantly comes in and gives me bits. He just gave me 5 bits. It was like, yep.
Good night,
Unique upset,
G-Ro.
hell
Take
yeah.
care.
Embarrassing.
Take care. I do mod stuff,
Gonna keep
yeah?
shouting people out. Hey, is that Spider-Man? Dose?
Enemy spotted. B.
It is Spider-Man Dose. I've been playing that game for too long.
I'm blinding.
I'm like very low.
Oh,
Somebody's
You're
there.
low? I got you.
I shouldn't have.
Wait, I can't.
Just did. Leo. Thanks for the
KJ's
20 bits, Leo.
backside.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Spike sticking.
I have to see you in order to.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
When's
Viper, my-
heaven?
Pretty good. How's your day, Leo?
You have one
Oh, I
kill,
missed.
Orlando.
Great.
I missed.
Totally not gonna kill. Ooh,
Flank.
long.
Oh fuck, flank.
I don't have a bits alert because I didn't expect anyone to give me bits.
Fuck, I
Yeah,
should
there
have
was
stayed
getting
with
shot
this.
from too many places.
That gun is fucking huge, Kimchi.
He just died to
I
fall.
picked it up off the
Holy
floor.
shit.
It blasted me back, that's for fucking sure.
Dude, I couldn't see anything to the left side of your screen.
So yeah, Leo, how have you been?
That was so fucking huge. Never thought somebody
Says
from
their
the
bullet is
Aries
tickle.
be that fucking big.
All right, let's take the lead. Come on, y'all.
Yeah.
We got
Lock in.
this. Let's lock in.
B it is.
Alright, can I have this spike? The
Sure.
wingman?
B. I'll look in garage for a little bit.
I can flash him. Oh wait, you have a flash too. Never mind.
We can all flash them technically. We can flash
we
the
all can.
fuck. We
Can
can
you
flash
imagine?
the fuck.
Let's play.
2C, 2C, 2C. Push.
Push C?
No,
Wait, don't push C?
there's 2C.
So don't push C.
2C, don't
Fuck.
push C.
We chose to push C. It's Cyndaquil.
Is that
We'll
your
be fine.
thing? I mean,
Well,
Just
why
keep
don't
it
my
out
bullets
hard,
go
Yaka.
straight? Why do
Standing
they
in
have to
between
go
us
curved?
and victory.
hey, look at Cyndaquil.
It's Cyndaquil. It's
Gimpy
Cyndaquil.
and I were in a call last night, and we were talking with where she had Cyndaquil on her head, and I had my.
No,
stuff
he
shut.
was on my neck like this.
Oh yeah, you were holding him.
Cause he does not sit on my neck or my head. Sorry. English words?
He doesn't sit on your neck. Wouldn't that kill you?
No.
So funny, so funny, so funny, so funny, so funny.
Still in sight.
Flash out.
Enemy spotted. B.
Let's go.
There's a KJ bot in the back. And ISO.
Time to hunt.
Fuck, 39. I thought he would wide swing.
Wait, am I the only one on A?
Dude,
You
oh
and me.
my.
Oh, I barely missed that.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
That's one.
Dizzy's up. We have targets.
Oh
Fuck.
my god!
We're getting chopped. It's because I'm hungry, guys. I'm fading away. I need
The
food.
enemy only looks composed. Their heart need a drop.
Alright.
Cynical's gonna carry? No, Sin's gonna carry.
Sin is bottom frog.
Wait.
Nice. My ult ready.
No, Dizzy.
There's another. Time to hunt.
Wingman fake.
Garage is empty.
No, it's not. I say garage.
Spike down. C.
AJ's hurt.
Healing over here.
Fuck.
Every gun battle I
Flanked.
have.
Flanked.
Last player
I'm
standing.
dead.
Bread.
Easy clutch.
With the classic.
He's got this. But how you gonna have that?
Red, you're muted.
Match point.
Tools
They were
is
like,
carrying.
Why can't we just hug it out?
But we need to do. We need to.
My madre walked in. I was giving an unskillful cutscene. Give shit to this reference too. I told her that I hate going downstairs because if I'm like in the middle of that, like, I can go grab a quick snack and then I'm like, all of a sudden I walk.
You
down
have a
and we
side
start
quest
talking
now?
about something random.
Let's do what we do.
Yeah.
I
did
think
the
we
side
should play
quest there,
slow. I don't think we should push. We rush
I
really,
said
really.
no,
Oh,
I'm
okay, never
fixing
mind.
in the background.
That's fine.
I also 9 o'clock.
It's okay.
Reloading.
I was wrong. I feel so
大
tired.
丈
It's
夫
supposed to be 10.
僕最強だから
No, Dizzy.
Bye, Dizzy.
No one walks
You know
away.
what? So you don't get mad at me. Oh.
There's-
Blinded.
Oh my god,
Spike's
there's so many
down.
people
Fuck.
everywhere.
I was
Spike
Spike is
down.
down?
B.
Put that on so I can revive you, bro.
Damn, they do not like me.
KJ's right there.
I hit KJ 73.
You guys have.
Last player standing.
Item 35.
Hey,
Oh.
defenders win.
Okay, we should move by where we drop into.
Thanks
working
for
at
the
all this
hydrate.
week. So if you want to do like Wednesday, I have to stream on Tuesday. We can play on Tuesday and I can stream it. Yeah.
Can we do a Swifty?
We lost.
I'm about to go eat.
Okay. Enjoy your
Okay.
food.
I will. I'll be back.
Oh.
Lunar's. Lunar.
Oh, pick him up. Yeah.
No, he
What,
just
you-
started a game. Well, if we start
He's
one
an
right
agent
now.
select.
Yeah.
Wait, we can get into this game.
Yeah, get into his game.
I can't do Wednesday. I can do Tuesday if you want to be on stream. I can do Thursday. We can do Friday if you want to be on stream. And Saturday if you want to be on stream. Or just next Sunday. But that's too long. I can do
Match
tomorrow.
found.
Thanks for the look
Moogle's
again,
streaming too? What? Damn,
Andrew
dude, the
worked.
world is on.
That's what I'm
Wanna do tomorrow?
saying.
Landy stream. Oh my god, Kira stream. Oh my god.
And yeah, you came in, lurked, and then you hydrated me, and then you lurked again. You want to make sure I knew you were still here?
They're chucking combos.
Everyone
Wombo
is
combos.
afraid.
I know you were because you hydrated me and then you talked to Kimchi and then you stopped. Don't posture check me. Don't posture check me.
You gonna carry me?
Posture.
Come carry me
No.
then. Ha ha ha ha ha ha ha ha.
Kimchi made me not curse.
ha.
Hurts.
I redeem no cursing.
Shoot. Gosh darn it.
Oh wait, we're playing a Spike Rush? What?
Oh, I'm sorry, I accidentally did Spike Rush. Bro, no one said anything. I keep
You
doing.
fit-
I accidentally will click Spike
Oh,
Rush
well-
instead of.
I was
Freaking-
gonna say something, but then you changed it to Swift Play and then you went back to Spike Rush. Why do you get
Wait.
Spike Rush and Swift Play mixed up so often? least I thought
I
you.
get
Oh,
the-
you.
I get the
un-
mix
you,
up. Maybe-
That's what it is.
I'm
You
sorry,
unqueued,
guys.
it's like
I
push someone
totally
back.
meant to pit
You're
switchblade.
fine.
You're good.
I'm just mad at you. You
Grr.
like Spike Rush.
That's Kimchi being mad. Grr.
Grr. Tito's
At least I get to
burritos.
play around
Leo
with
is who?
Killjoy.
Spike rush.
Edgy, why do you do this every
Reina
time?
prepares on the other side. Kill her before she becomes
We'll
monstrous.
probably be done at the same time as you.
Yeah, it just gives you a gun.
Nice.
Bacon pancakes. Take some bacon and I'll put it in a pancake. Bacon pancakes, that's what's gonna make bacon pancakes.
Thank you. I stretched into a McDonald's bag. Oh god.
You have McDonald's?
Yeah.
You're not sharing?
You can have some.
All right, planting.
Fuck, 55. Shit.
I got you, son.
Yatasha.
Close strike, Kimchi.
Lando, are you watching my stream on your phone?
Yes.
So I screamed and
Last player
Ah,
standing.
fuck.
I thought he was the one who faked it. What the?
Real.
What the fuck?
Let's
One
teleport
for
to speed
Brad.
those guys.
I just
One
tried to
for
buy,
Lando.
I'm
2 for Sin.
The dog. Oh, the dog. Wait, what is for me?
I gave you guys french fries.
Oh, thank you.
Let's go.
Why do I get less than everybody else?
You got 2, everyone got 1. Wait, that's the opposite.
I'm sorry. You're right. I think everybody got what they deserved.
Fire in the hole! My ultimate is ready.
Okay.
I'll find you.
Am I at least getting 1 each time? Yeah.
Decoy. Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Jet?
I don't know.
Jet? Jet? I love Spider.
Last player standing.
It's mine.
Yay!
Now
Guys, I need
get
to
up.
got Boja.
Safe, safe.
I
Last
gotta go.
round before the switch. You see? There's still
Oh,
plenty of
no.
fun to be had.
Oh
depression is setting in.
no. Kimchi cannot up.
Don't worry, you just go aim, Kiao, or just no scope. You got this.
No scope it is.
Decoy.
Nightmare, take them!
He teleported. Oh no, he didn't.
How did he do that? Wait, what? Oh, did he ult?
Where are you?
Time to jump.
Initiated. Fire in the hole!
You are
Spike planted. Last player standing.
I can't use my I didn't know his ult was still active. I tried to teleport 4 times.
Switching sides.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, thank God.
I will snuff out.
You just to piss around guys with full util.
Me trying to press buy.
Bro, I've done that so many times.
Guys, my B key's not working.
I'll find you.
I have my ult.
All the
Joke's over.
time,
You're
yeah.
dead.
All the time.
Thank you for
Hey, these
the
kids are not
trade.
very good.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Okay, don't know what's going on there. We don't question it.
There.
No?
Watch out! Fuck. Yeah, we want to expect it.
Good B.
Fuck.
Huh?
I was mind gaming.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just eating French
That's
fries.
I have the
Fine.
clone defuse. Clone, get over here.
Push a button. Save the day. Easy.
Another one for you, Brad.
There you go.
Thank you.
A
One for Lando.
Oh God.
Sometimes old ways are best.
I get one. Let's go.
2 for Sin.
Reloading.
Ow.
Favoritism.
But it's just mean. I'm a child. I don't even get 2 French fries.
You got a total of 2 so far.
But Sin has a total of 3.
Where are you?
No, she has a total of 4. You guys can't count.
I can't pay attention.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, fuck.
I'm just running around the judge. Like,
Take
this is
flight.
so liberating.
One enemy remaining.
Let's check a flag that we died.
It was just, it's just a death roll. Death
Match
throws.
point. Once
Ignore
you
that.
win, just dump all your tech in my lab.
I just tried to buy.
No, I'm gonna clone you, but.
How would, I guess it's Spike Rush. Are we
Okay,
gonna win on
but-
there? What's wrong with this?
Fake clone? I'll send my clone with you.
Okay.
Fake cloning.
Go, go, go, go.
I'll find you.
Oh, it worked.
It did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bring them down.
Blind
Sorry?
argument. Oh my god, he can't see.
Enemy tag. Reload.
What if I throw this over there?
One enemy remaining.
Where's Jet? Got no clue.
And I'm on the cookie.
Called Sight.
Which site?
Yep.
Yes.
She's on the map.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, I'm gonna make
Where
sure
are
to
you?
get off
Fine.
on that somehow.
30 seconds left.
I'll watch her.
Is Bro shooting at nothing? I have no clue.
He's delusional. We're in his head.
He's seeing things. Oh, she is on B there.
Oh, nice.
Hey, wait, I got
Defenders
this.
win. The nightmare
Good job, guys.
is over.
Mac.
Sharky fry?
Are we gonna win on Lunar? Or
Wow, how does Sova have better economy than me, dog? His econ rating was higher. That's the only reason he beat me. This is stupid.
Guys, I've almost unlocked ISO.
Ooh.
Oh, Fred, look at the score. The literal only reason he beat me was because his economy score was higher. What the fuck?
on a his economy score was higher.
Real.
On a Spike Rush.
I had less deaths, 1 more assist. I had 1 plant he didn't. Like,
Alright, guys. Thanks for the games. I'm gonna head out.
Oh, thanks for playing with us.
Of course, of course. I will be
Goodbye,
watching and
Steve.
supporting.
That'll probably be it for today's stream. I appreciate you guys tuning in.
Okay, bye.
We
I'll
will
be feeding you more
be
French
rating out
fries.
I appreciate it. I love fries.
Me too.
Alright, good night.
Good night.
Maybe.
Yeah? What's
Yeah,
up?
No, tell but I was giving a suggestion.
No, yeah, I know. Be careful. This is intended for mature audiences.
Oh no.
All right, guys. I appreciate all you who came out. Let's show Kinky some good love. Bye bye now.
Red.
Yeah.
What is this?
Why am I separated?
All right.
There's social distancing.
No, what do you mean? You're right next to me.
Sir_Gredius raided my stream with 4 viewers.
I'm just eating French fries. That's the stream, guys. Thank you, Red. I don't know why it's not
You're
shouting you
welcome.
out. It's being weird. It's not
Brought
doing
me
the
a jar
thing.
of kimchi.
Um.
What's kimchi?
Never let it.
I only know
Cabbage?
kimchi.
Wow. Wow. You want me to play my raid VOD? Pick one. 1, 2, 3.
7.
4.
1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm picking for you. Oh my god, we have to go through the crowns again. First of all, how do I even know if I'm streaming right now? Leo? No! I'm not saying you can commit fraud, but you can also commit fraud. Ah! Oh, okay. It's okay, chat. We're toxic, so you don't have to be. Did it drown?
You drowned the chicken?
You drowned the
Oh, no,
chicken.
no, no, it's right there. It's right there.
Kimchi, you got this.
Kimchi, you got this.
You guys,
Let's go.
no, no.
Oh, wow.
Wake up. Wake up, you stupid bitch. What the fuck is happening right now? Okay, I'm done. Thank you for the raid. I'm down to play one Swift play, and then that's it. That'll be the end.
Can I not be social distanced?
How you fix that?
You just hit like your collection and then hit back. Just have to switch tabs. Like go to agents. or
There
something
you
like
go.
that.
We're all better now.
I got it on social distance.
We're playing in Texas?
Yep.
Okay.
Obviously.
No, we're playing nowhere.
Wow.
We'll fucking die if we play
Let
nowhere.
me check something.
Uh-huh.
There we go.
Oh god.
North Virginia.
Oh god.
I know, why are all your servers trash?
So you see, there isn't one close to me.
That's crazy.
true. Why is there, there should be a New England server.
There's no US East, dog.
There needs to be a New England server. Agreed?
But literally, not one of these is US East.
North Virginia gets close is the closest it gets.
That's
Not
wild.
even that close.
Match found.
I know, that's like I think that's the closest one to you, right? Is North Virginia?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's well, Georgia's east.
Illinois
Lotus.
is technically the closest.
Well, to you, yeah, but like North Virginia's closest to the east.
Well, yeah, it says US East on it.
Georgia's also east, but that's like southeast.
Alright, bud, I think we know.
Mm-hmm. We're doing this one.
Gee, I'm gonna need you to go breach.
Come on, Dick Kang.
I don't know how to play.
Sky.
Oh, you know Sky, yeah, just Sky.
Sky.
I'm typing in chat, no breach, sad.
What is
Wow.
George's name? You
Post
is an
Plant Malone.
strawberry whore. Pardon me.
What?
Snowflake. Kermit.
These Fucking
Who's your-
Post Plant Malone.
Bro, who's your favorite singer? Post Plant Malone.
I didn't even realize our teammate's name was Danky Khan.
Spike rush.
Yankee Kang.
Mhm.
You know what Yankee Kang?
This isn't a Swift play. this is not a Swift play.
It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
It's the same thing.
It's close enough.
Same thing. Of course, we go the longest sight with shorties. Long range shorty in one? Oh my goodness, you only have 6 bullets.
Thank you.
Help! Let me out!
That was fun.
What did you do?
Blind everyone. But I pressed the button.
Oh, 77 Gecko, 56.
Last player
Oh
standing.
no! Fuck.
You want to say 56?
I'm
Gecko says
tracking
57.
Oh, you ran out of bullets.
Well, I got
That plays
sprayed
music.
on.
Move as a unit, okay?
Music.
Last thing I need
I
is
tried to
some
fucking
hero
buy.
messing
What's up?
things up.
Be. Me when I meet Nala. I only say that because it kind of looks like Nala.
A little bit.
Don't give them ground.
There's a lot of pockets there.
You're telling me you don't carry 4 pockets when your pockets?
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Stack of pocket sages. Get freed.
Good, cuate.
B, you got this. You want to kill Lando?
One less.
Oh, and just yeah.
Last player standing.
Fuck. He's literally one tap, 103.
Dog his ass. One up.
I was also one tap.
Free fire. He didn't even see you yet.
Guys,
He shot.
I just showed us what it looks like
Last
whenever you
round
hold
in the
tab
half.
and you see the 5 spikes on the side.
Yeah, what about it?
Maximum damage.
There.
Ta-ta fight.
It's a tough fight.
Okay. That's weird. A little
Is
weird.
that just
Find a
how
weak
you
point
announce that you have farted?
break it.
Like, I don't know.
Nowhere to run!
I'll find you.
You guys go.
To hunt.
Don't worry, guys. I'll check sight.
Bring them down.
But it's all you, little homie.
No
You
one.
even check.
There's literally.
I was gonna say you didn't even
literally-
check sight. Look at us go.
There's another.
I need my little homie back.
I finished.
You know why? It's all him. Or all her.
Joke's over! You're
Bro, I
dead!
was spectating him.
Backside, backside. Fuck.
Yeah.
Gecko's doors.
Monster on the loose. Reloading.
Hey,
Gecko's
no
doors.
idea.
I'm dead. Gecko didn't like me.
One
killing his
enemy
little
remaining.
homie.
We found
I
one.
need my little homie. Oh, he's dead. He's dead. I killed him. I wasn't fast enough.
Where are you?
Yay.
Wait, I need a skin. That'll do.
Switching sides. They think they put us in the dirt. They're gonna find out we weren't
Did you guys
buried,
trade?
just planted.
No. He
Did you
ran away
trade?
from me.
Bab. doing
Grab.
that?
Imagine running away from me. Oh.
Fuck, wow, Sova's got some aim, holy shit. I heard some tracker rounds there. Give her blind.
Hawk out. Spike planted.
Oh, fuck.
I got overwhelmed.
Wait for me.
He just got sat in the corner.
Literally got sat down.
It's like one thing after another here.
Their blight takes hold. Last player
Shit,
standing.
backwards.
Well, hello. Never pulled that backwards peek play. This is not it. Yeah, Gecko, defuse. Get him, boy. Defuse. He sent Wingman over there. Why didn't Wingman defuse?
Match
Yep.
point.
Totally was going on
Sova's
defuse
gonna
first.
put his eye out with all that tech.
He
He's
sent him
alright,
to. He's supposed to.
What?
Oh, really?
You
I
finish your
really
Swifty?
just want to hope with
Okay.
some update
What?
they make it so that they break Wingman and he can defuse from the attacking side. That'd be the best thing ever.
Winner.
Oh, Bread's tired.
I am not.
Oh, never mind, you're not.
How do you
Why do you
just
think I'm always
know
tired?
I'm...
Your voice? Your voice changes
Yeah,
when you're
wake up your
tired.
voice.
No, it doesn't. It just changes randomly.
Yeah, wake up your voice. making sure they can't get that gun.
One enemy remaining.
Last one was on C.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
You did, Tommy.
You wanna know something funny,
What we
bub?
do, get back to chilling.
I guessed I meant A.
What?
I know. Could you just send me?
I said the wrong one. I meant A. I meant A. You killed me, A.
Joke's over! You're dead! Nowhere to run!
Oh fuck, I'm gonna die.
clear.
I need assistance. And... Nothing, I said 20 health.
I can't push in. Going A.
Heal up, squad.
Save some for me, I'm at 20 health.
Yep, come here.
Healing over here. Out of healing.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully.
I'm a flash. Oh, I've blinded myself.
Same,
You saved my
I'm
life.
very blinded.
Spike planted.
I hit him 65.
Player standing.
Oh, get him, wingman!
Bro, imagine if Wingman could just start throwing hands.
Bro, I checked him out in the hopes.
Bro, that'd be actually hilarious if you have to have like your teammates shoot Wingman.
Stuff is really low. It's like one body tap bullet.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I had me on peak.
Attackers win.
Alright, so 150 now?
Alright, last
works,
Swifty,
right?
please. Hi, Heidi. How are you doing?
Now, Brad, if you play another Spike Rush...
Which VC? Go to 2Stream. 2Stream VC.
that one.
Hello.
Hi. How are you guys doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, good.
I'm gonna get off, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay.
No.
Later. Okay. Alright, this one's gonna be my last one.
Uh-huh.
I keep saying over and over again.
Uh-huh.
One more.
One more. Last one. One more. Last one. Okay.
Do you have work tomorrow?
Yeah, I do.
This is a Spike Rush.
Oh, thank you for catching that.
Oh
You're
my
good?
goodness.
I'm doing good.
We played two of them.
We played some really, really good games earlier.
Match
Oh
found.
gosh.
Oh, yeah, that was quick.
But yeah, we're chilling now. Unravel 4. I don't know how to play.
Side no. Yeah.
I am both
Alright,
shield
for my
and
last
sword.
game, yes. Let's do this. It's nice to chill on Val every once in a while. Yeah, it is. It's really, really chill. Easy. How is your party that you went to, Lando?
Oh. Yes.
Nice.
No, that's fine.
That's good.
It was basically just me and Birthday Boy the entire time. There was supposed to be 4 of us,
Yeah.
and I know all 4 of them. One showed up, but he couldn't sleep over.
Oh my
And
god.
the other one forgot, and then couldn't show up.
Oh, that sucks.
So it was just me and him the entire night.
Lunar, literally, your profile pic is a whole ass spaceship. What the fuck? Zoom. Zoom. Oh, you're gonna tell Lunar to
forget
dodge so you
where-
could come back, bruh. One more after?
I forget how you change the profile pic.
I
know
can
there's a
send it to
website
you.
somewhere.
You want the website? Yeah, I got you.
Can be our teammate's
What's
name
up?
is Milky Tea.
Yeah.
Is that close to bubble tea?
Yes, it is.
Close enough.
Milk tea is just tea with milk and sugar, by the way.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. Let me find Lunar. Let me send this to you. There you go.
Okay, so I don't know if this guy's name is supposed to be Sleep Aim or Sleep Haim.
I think it's sleep aim. I mean, they should separate it by caps, you know? Shame on them for not doing that.
I'm gonna call them Sleep Aim. At first, I thought it was supposed to be Sleep Pain.
Mm-hmm. Wait,
Had
this
to
is
be
your last
accurate.
game? Yeah. I usually stop streaming around 8, so. Last game, last game.
What time is it?
Together,
One more.
we can do anything. We can
Only
save the
9:40.
world.
Yeah.
Only 10:36.
I gotta go to bed.
Hello.
I've been
39.
streaming
Oh.
since.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, I've been streaming for a minute actually. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Kimchi
You wanna say
Crew.
hi? Look at you.
I'm doing great.
Xenon
How are you?
AMR is
You
now
wanna
following.
plug to our teammates?
Oh, sorry. Hi.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Chillin'. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Not gonna lie, this Jet sounds like a potential
It's
sin.
so familiar.
Did he say I sound familiar? Because I can barely hear him.
Yes, you did.
Oh god.
Good night.
No, Wingman, no! He killed Wingman! Oh, by the way, this is so A. It's AB, they planted B.
One down.
This is sounded like. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Kimchi
Spike
Crew.
planted.
Speed? Sorry,
Simply
sorry,
Heidi
sorry.
is now following.
Nice.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Oh,
Last player standing.
Oh, thank you.
Sheriff on Kimchi's body.
Oh my god, that was what the fuck?
That was
That was
horrifying.
scary.
Grab the stair.
It's okay. Oh, he could not get out
What's
of
a
that.
loon?
It was so close.
Even with numbers,
It's like a
anything
moon
can still
song.
happen. Remember that.
I'm going cheap by.
Night Sonata.
Oh my god, I can't hear him. I put him on 100.
No, he's just really, really fucking quiet.
So, how are you, Sage? Also, have I run into you before?
I don't think so. I don't usually talk.
Hello.
Yes, we did that already.
I appreciate you talking. Oh, goodbye.
Dead.
Spike down. C.
Oh fuck, I needed to reload. I couldn't do it.
Reloading.
There's two in there.
Can't.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Let's go.
Oh. Be a Spectre, please.
Okay, they tried. Now it's our turn.
I should buy full ship.
Where did my music go?
What do you
Let's
mean?
turn this up. Gotta turn my music up. I play better with
Oh,
music.
dance music.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Take the lead here.
It's because you don't hear the hecticness that is this game.
It's you and me.
I'm in the thing.
You got this. I believe in you.
Fuck, better gun, 66.
Last player standing.
Oh, it's A. Oh,
Loki
Spike
literally
planted.
put a satchel underneath them and then just went straight up.
I don't know which way to go through.
That door I think is broke. Nope. I'm gonna break that. Wallet.
If only my gun could go through all of them. That'd be
just got triple
crazy.
This is it. Get those guns.
Anybody need to buy?
Oh, yeah.
Can someone get this?
Thanks. I'll wall beef.
Oh wait, Kimchi, wait, can you sell that and then I can buy Lunar the Ops, that way he can buy armor.
No, it's
Yeah.
okay.
Ah, okay, it's fine. I'm rich now, thank you.
You're welcome.
Barrier created.
I got KO.
Guys, I bet Kimchi like 4 aces. Oh, yep, sure.
One enemy remaining.
Your duty is not over. Be here. So what I miss? My ult's ready. My ult's ready. Healing.
Oh, so pretty.
Thank you, Sage.
Switching sides.
So thanks.
See now. Let's keep
He
it.
said thanks.
Yeah. Where are we going? I'm rubber banding. Holy shit.
What server are we on?
Sounds like internet issue.
I mean, my husband
Not a
did just
skill
get
issue.
home, so.
He broke it.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, he did turn his PC on. It's probably what it is.
Yep, he broke it.
Oh damn.
I know. It's okay.
He's gotta update his games, you know.
I think he's watching a video.
What kind of video?
I'm not sure.
Reloading. Reloading. Hawk out. Our spike carrier is
Oh no!
Spike
Fuck, you
down,
can just grab
C.
Spike out of
I
the
have the
smoke.
spike. For you.
Enemy spotted B. One dead. Here.
Go straight there.
Enemy spotted C.
Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Alright, you're insane.
Oh my god.
Here. Spike planted.
Oh, Herbie.
Nice.
Nice.
Right there.
Forge us a path, Sky.
This is a tasteful
right behind ya.
ghost. Whoa.
What to buy?
Wow, Lunar, carry us.
For real. I'll just be here, you know? Just a body.
Find the weak point and break it.
I'll just pick up. Click here.
Dizzy's up. Someone's there. Right there.
Oh, he almost
nice
got
bait.
my forehead.
Oh, may or may not have delivered them a Vandal on the plate on B. Nice. ISO is B. Nice.
Reloading.
Stairs, ISO.
One enemy remaining. Reloading. Team Ace.
Nice.
We're still breathing.
Woo.
Cool. Very cool.
Only Guardian. Only Guardian.
Match point.
Gear up. Stay safe. We're going
Gimpy,
back.
don't you have that?
What? The Oni Guardian?
Oni
Yeah.
Guardian?
That's
You
fine.
don't know. Anyone own a guardian? Anyone own an Oni Guardian? Oh, it's Sages.
Yep.
Oh, Sky was just asking whose it was.
As one.
Okay, you want
Alright, guys,
wingman
we end this
play?
here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, easy dub.
It's 3v. Run. Free C.
Nice. Wait,
Barrier
wait.
created.
Fuck. I didn't even hit him once, guys.
Enemy spotted fail.
Somebody's there. It's you and me.
Enemy spotted C.
Oh my god, my mass. 120. Also, good job, Sky. Alright, you guys win this. GG's, guys.
Last player standing.
Nice.
Hunt.
On spike.
Sticking it.
They can cuss.
Damn.
No, I thought that would hold him off.
You can defuse while us. What the fuck?
Check.
Yeah.
Charges. Check. Brakes. Nowhere in sight.
Going to Opskin, Sky?
Need a
Not
drop.
good. I don't give a. I don't care about skins, to be honest.
Giga
He's
Chad.
too
Alright.
cool. Too cool. Winner's too cool.
I'm too cheap. I'm too cheap for skins.
Honestly, you're a smart man. If you knew how much to spend on this game, you'd be mad.
Blocking sight. Reloading.
Oh my 80
Spike down A.
I got the spot. Get him.
Tree.
Drop.
Ray's turn.
Oh,
Tree.
that was fucking clean.
Last player
No.
standing.
Nice.
Vandal there. Saw.
That was
Oh,
really
what the-
close.
Alright, overtime.
Snap camera doesn't exist anymore? It doesn't.
Sudden death.
Wait, what?
Move as a
Sudden
unit, okay?
death.
Last thing I need
Short
is
time
some
Kimchi
hero
fan was
messing
wondering
things up.
if
You should probably go B.
it were being the coolest kids on Valo. Who's the
Because they always
coolest kids on
watch A
Valo?
stairs and A, and then they have one person C's.
Yeah, let's do
You'd
it.
probably get one easy pick here, and then possibly rotate if needed.
Let's do it. I can wall. I'll probably wall here.
Let's go.
Long doors.
Grenade. Satchel out.
Oop.
Multiple enemies beat. Blinded.
Oh, that's an
He's open T. Oh, goodbye. There's 3B.
Let's rotate C.
Yeah. They're gonna follow us though right here.
Okay, let's rotate. Fake the rotate to C and go to A.
Bomb buddy out. Satchel out.
Ray's insane.
Playing for tree.
30 seconds left.
NT.
Home and B.
Wall raised.
Good bird. Stairs.
Dizzy's up. One enemy remaining.
Oh my goodness, you have it, please.
For you.
Nice.
You are attackers.
He just ran at my face.
Later, guys. Have a great day.
You too. Later.
Bye.
All right, that was my last one.
We gotta play one with us when we sing.
Okay, Sin, are you hopping on? Sin, are you hopping on? Oh shit, Sweet's here too? Sin, are you hopping on?
One.
No, it's okay. Okay.
One more.
Well, Sin's not.
One more.
Sorry, guys.
One more.
I'm sorry. I love you guys. I'm
Wow.
sorry.
If Sin's not happening, we're no more games. Wow, what kind
When you play last one
preferential
for BC?
treatment is this?
Sweet. Sweet, hop in the VC. Sweet, hop in the VC.
No, Sweet, you're not good enough. You're not cynical. Oh my god.
We
what
did
can I-
play
what
for
can I
5 hours. I know, that's what I'm saying. And we're gonna play 5 hours again on Saturday.
That's an exaggeration. Excuse me. It's 4 hours and 47 minutes.
That was good.
I
Sin wants
mean,
to play more than just one. He wants to play 2 or 3.
yo, I gotta go to bed.
7. No, just who?
You're playing?
Your bed
Yeah,
will be
you
waiting
were.
for you.
Where is Sweet?
He hasn't joined yet.
You're right. There is a maximum amount of Halo I can handle in a day. I feel like 2 hours is just like the sweet spot for me.
Sweet.
Match found.
Where have you been?
You know,
Daddy
interesting
goes where daddy wants, man.
He was dead.
day today. I go where God takes me. How about that?
Okay,
That's
shit, my bad.
Nice.
No,
Sounds
no,
right.
it's a line from Doogie Howser.
This is my last
You
game,
know what
though.
that show is? Okay.
Was I right?
No, I had my stuff in the morning, and then a coworker of mine invited me out to Miller's Ale House for another carrier who was leaving.
Holy
He's moved to
shit, why do my
Florida.
traps look buff? This is crazy.
So that was cool.
What's your favorite drink, B?
Hmm?
What's your favorite drink at Miller's Ale House?
Honestly, I can't even tell you that. The whole thing is good. The whole place is.
You're not a beer man, or like what?
Hmm?
You're a vodka guy? Are you a beer man, vodka, whiskey?
Oh,
I figure
hard liquor.
everybody likes
I'm a Long Island iced tea kind of guy.
Long Island iced tea. Nice.
Yeah, hard though, like top shelf, not.
No,
Yeah.
no iPhone soft boys here.
Yeah,
Only
right,
Android.
right. But I
Oh
don't really
my.
drink that much anymore at all, really.
Yo, that clip is still hilarious. I rewatched it a couple of days ago.
The clip that you put in my chat?
Oh no, when B first said iPhones were soft.
As long as I
Oh.
live, so does every
Oh, I
story
haven't played this map yet.
To battle my
Today.
You have. Oh, today.
Yeah. That's what I meant, sorry. Like, yes, you've been playing Val. What the fuck do you mean?
Right there. See this right here? That was
It's
a Bob. Look.
gone. Why'd they leave?
no Bob.
Why'd they put it away?
His name was Bob, and they took away Bob. How rude.
Was it really Bob?
Yeah.
Alright. This strategy is
Well,
called
your
a
eyes are going
flesh
crazy.
wall.
I mean,
Your eyes are like on your cheeks, then back on your face. It's crazy.
You gotta stay as a ball of meat.
Someone is
I'm a meat
Enemy
popsicle.
they're running.
Show me a target. Up we go. Someone's there.
Oh,
Spike
fuck.
down A.
Damn.
Wow, we just lost half our team to that jet.
Last player standing.
You sweet better? Aw.
Damn.
Tried.
No, you did good.
No cold.
Sage, keep me alive. I still have things to do.
Things like what kind of things?
Yeah, what things?
Like things. Can't be too short, you know, you never know.
Let's bully this Cypher.
See you on the other side.
They can't move.
Up and away. I shot her.
I keep shooting my dizzy. Oh, far back.
Enemy B.
Help. Oh, goodness. I'm trying to get dizzy.
Oh no! They had a better gun.
Spike carrier down.
Ah, 60. Fuck.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Yeah, you stood no chance, B Sweet. You got quadra.
What a last game.
But no.
Give me a moment. I need to set back up.
What a
was just
last
one,
game,
dog.
yeah?
Horrible.
It's crazy.
Oh, Tin's hopping on, so
What?
Nice.
yeah.
No, she's not.
more?
You're lying.
One more.
Leo! Oh, let me
He
enter
was
this
hopping on, so.
pin number right here. I'll open the
I'm
door.
gonna keep introducing new people and swap other people out. So you literally knock out.
Show me a target.
Yes.
Fuck.
Wow, what the fuck?
Where
is
was
that
there when I
flipping
fucking
door?
went up the ropes?
Protect him.
Shot my wingman.
He didn't get him.
Ah! I had 30 health.
Last player standing.
Nice. Rash is ready.
Rush is ready. Do I triple kill? Hello?
I'm pissed.
Yeah, I would be
Rash,
pissed too.
Rash,
If you get
Rash,
shut down.
That's too far. You have to be close. Cause no, you have to run like
If I
a
were
fucking
too close,
marathon to get
yeah,
there.
they would have. I was expecting them to push in and try and kill me.
Yeah.
But it appears they are playing spy.
Oh, you got a 60% noise.
60% on what?
30 seconds
Yes.
left.
Oh,
Ooh.
13
That's bullshit.
damage? What? I saw the blood moon. I
Last
thought I
round in the
headshot
half.
them.
Spend everything on this one.
That ISO was flanking you too. Couldn't even hear him.
That's good. Wait. I don't get it.
Lunar, be sweet. Bye. Don't forget. You got 10 seconds.
Is it just like a pass-fail thing?
Who knows?
Let's go B from this side.
Ooh, good idea.
Here.
Dizzy's up top.
Face your fear.
I'm so dead.
I'll be here.
Not enough.
Nice.
Fuck.
One enemy remaining.
I had to reload.
Nice.
Good job, guys. My shoulders
Sorry, I'll press like-
went up.
Switching
I was so
sides.
tense.
Relax. It's a video game. It's a video game.
Whoa.
Support.
3, 3, 3, 2, 1.
Well, I need 3 assists.
Slightly tense. Just slightly. I'll need a
little bit.
body massage next. From playing this fucking game.
Sounds like a. That sounds like a.
I have a massage chair. Relax. Well done. Well done.
I have a heal, you don't, bitch.
Last player
Fuck.
standing.
All our hopes and dreams.
Somebody's there. Run, little man. The wingman's down.
Spike planted.
Fuck. Please, thank you.
Right?
What the fuck?
Right? The bullets are going into the body. I don't understand why they're not dying.
That's usually
Match
lag,
point.
yeah?
All right, homies,
Match
chill.
point noise.
We'll go again. Damn, you love it.
Dying.
Like way too much.
Alright, I'll go A, I guess.
Win a wall, please.
Just set up. I know you're an initiator, but like set up.
Yeah?
You got this easy.
Pretty wall. They're
Playing
breaking
mid.
wall.
Focusing.
It's all you, little homie.
Coming up.
120, dude. What the fuck?
Spike down
Oh,
A.
kimchi?
Nice.
Making cover.
Go on ulti.
Yeah,
See if you can get him.
Show me a target.
You have unlimited focus.
2.
Breaking them.
I hear somebody.
Door.
I hear neon. I'm not sure where.
They definitely just opened that door.
No, that was me. This is me.
30 seconds left.
Yep, they're coming up behind us.
One enemy remaining.
I'll swing out with you.
I see you again.
Spicy.
Whoa, this Cypher is a fucking beast.
Let's keep a good thing going.
Oh, I just got a Spectre.
This one right here.
Someone dropped it for me.
Oh, thank you for the head pat. Oh, wait. There you go. Head pats are my favorite. You guys got a 5-stack. This is my last one, but I think Lunar and Sweet might be playing for a little longer. They've been playing for a minute, yeah.
Show me a target.
It's clear here.
Yeah, they're kind of B. They're breaking Sage's wall.
It's Fade, wow.
Not
for
kill
sure.
my
My
allies.
ult is ready.
Spike down B.
Oh, 80
Oh,
on that.
Orlando. Orlando.
Fuck.
No.
I hit her
They were probably
40.
camping your body. They were probably camping your body anyways.
Kimchi.
No, that, I can see where it gets tough once the ISO can understand like how to read his own ult.
Bro, I literally won that ult
Yeah, you did.
like 5 out of 7 times today. So we're good.
You good.
That
Yeah,
works.
thanks for the games. You know what?
Bye.
You need.
See ya. Huh?
One more?
Yeah, I got school.
Lando, it's just me and you in this voice chat right now.
Yo, let me out.
Oh gosh. Okay, let me read. Oh shit, dude, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. What the hell? That was a long stream, and I sat down for a lot of it. Like I didn't even do anything else. You know what I mean? We were playing the entire fucking time. All right. Who's doing what? What are you? What? Hi. Good night. Oh, good night, Lando. Thanks for playing games with me. Bye.
Good night.
See you next time.
Who are you rating?
I don't know. Do you have anyone?
Meow's life.
So I can do. I haven't rated Moogle in a long time, though. I rated Meow one of the last times. So I think I'm gonna raid Moogle. But yes. Thanks for the stream, everyone. I had such a good time. I'm exhausted, okay? I'm so freaking exhausted. Literally. Wait, is he ending stream?
He might be.
Okay. Wait, hold on, let me hear. How long has Meow been streaming? Oh, Meow hasn't been streaming for too long.
No, he went live towards the end of yours.
Okay, we'll raid Meow, because it kind of looks like Moogle's ending stream. Alright, it's been such a long freaking day. Good streams. We're gonna have our Val tournament mid-December. I put an interest check in my Discord if you guys wanted to go ahead and check that out. Oh wait, that's probably a bad link. I always forget to change it. Here, let me put this here. Good goes. Take care, everyone. I'll see you guys Saturday. We're playing Val again, so it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be a good time. I'll see you guys later. Bye.